What's up, good people? What's up, good people? We are in the building, ready to go. Make sure, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button on the way in, or as you're catching it on the restream, make sure you hit it then. Make sure you hit the like button. Let's get ready to go. Let's get this thing started. See people already making it in the building. Let's hit that like button. Let's like, share, do all that good stuff. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it. And I don't got it ready because I never have it ready. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the intro? Where's the intro? Let's go.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up? What's up, good people? Welcome to the show. We are in the building. We are ready to go. I took the weekend off, took Monday off. I am ready. I am ready to get back at it, to get back, as the good brother MTR says, get active. And this ain't even acting right for me. We'll get that straightened out. Before we get on our way and get things going here. We'll definitely get that worked out. I don't know why that's doing that. That's doing something very weird. Huh. Right. A weird progressive commercial came on. I shouldn't be. All right. Don't worry about all that. Welcome everybody in the building. Shout out to those early bird squads, those that make it in. Really? I just gonna not let me do the show, huh? Shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early. Before we get things started, before we get things going, drop a like, drop a comment. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate each and every one of you. Got a couple new Patreons that I got to shout out. I will put their name and lights later on in the show. A lot of things been going on Patreon. That long 12-hour live stream was one for the ages. That's on the Patreon list. I took down the video where O'Shea that came on and was arguing with the gentleman that Zero affectionately calls Pukelius Ray Ravington, Dr. Pukelius Ray Ravington. I took down the live stream. But the interaction between him and O'Shea was a classic, and so I'm going to be putting that on Patreon. There's be a lot of things that will be put on Patreon. But that entire live stream isn't even on my Patreon, but I will put the bare minimum the conversation between him and O'Shea on Patreon. Shagans came through with the first comment, therefore I shall read it. He says, it's a brother's job to take charge of our women in a righteous manner and straighten out the issues. All right. All right. Problem, brothers feel entitled to play. This equals negative progress and pause regress. I don't know what you mean by brothers feel entitled to play. I don't know what you mean by that. When you say take charge of our women in a righteous manner and straighten out the issues, I think when you're dealing with your own individual woman, there are things you could take charge of, but it's very difficult to take charge of free women of which you have no control over. However, I don't think nothing is wrong with media platforms pointing out the problems and stating what needs to be done. Like, for example, a major media platform that gets millions of views, who lets them know in no uncertain terms that the outcomes that you won't get those outcomes if you stay out on the market, living your best life all through your 20s, and then show up in your mid 30s with a couple babies, and now you want a husband. Men are less likely to marry you if you're in that state. I think media platforms that do that are taking charge. They are setting the standard. They are speaking to the community, for the community, about what's expected. So a lot of times when people say, well, brothers need to do this, they need to lead, they need to do that. Well, when brothers speak to their people through the best form of media in the universe, they get criticized. Well, what's the solutions? As if the show don't be chock full of solutions. But shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you coming through with the comment. Shout out to D-Rock Dan in the building, who always comes through, drops a comment, drops a like, and drops a customary traditional super chat. I mean, not super chat, Cash App. And y'all gotta forgive me. Y'all gotta forgive me momentarily, because I'm debating on whether or not I'm going to tell y'all what just happened. I'm debating on whether or not I'm going to tell y'all what just happened, because y'all going to make a million jokes going forward. I saw a spider on my desk. I pushed pause so y'all won't see me kill the spider. But when I not push pause, I stopped the video feed so y'all wouldn't see me kill the spider. But after I pushed pause and then got ready to, stop the video feed so I can try to kill the spider, I look and now the motherfucker is gone. So I got a disappearing spider on my desk. And that's scary as hell. And I'm not even scared of spiders, but if I look at a spider, look away, look down, and it's no longer right there, now I'm a little scared. I'm not scared of normal spiders, but if I see a spider disappear, now I got a problem. So I had to stop the show for a second and figure out where the hell is this damn spider. Because until I see it, I'm forced to assume it's crawling on me. All right. Yeah. Anyway. Black men being brutally honest in the building. Shout out to you. Peace and salute. Turf Telfar. Tellar. Truff Tellar. Okay, I think that's what it is. He says, God damn, these stats are horrible. Why date a black woman? Okay. Now, I'm just going to go out on a limb and assume you're a black man. There are stats for black men that are undoubtedly horrible. So somebody could quote stats for black men and say, damn, why date a black man? In fact, people do that. So, listen, I pride myself in making good arguments. And when people in my audience make bad arguments, that bothers me. And that was a bad argument. Because obviously, if you're a black man, which I'm assuming that you are, obviously you know and understand quite well that regardless of how bad the stats are with black men, some of them, I think we do a good job in this space showing that it all ain't what it seems, but there's a lot of stats with black men that are bad. But I'm pretty sure that you, who I assume is a black man, don't fall into those categories. Therefore, the overall irrelevance of that statement that you just made should be shining brightly in your face if you're a reasonable and logical person. But we're about to get into this. We're about to get into these stats. We're about to break down the stats. This is going to be a very stat-driven show. This is going to be a very stat-driven show. And one thing that I shout this space out for is being very stat-driven. The conversation is moved by the stats. The data leads to conversation, not our feelings, not our emotions. The data leads to conversation. That's one thing I definitely love about this space. That men have built their media platforms and it's not about feelings. No, but it's about facts. And there's an individual who has put out the claim, the charge that we misuse the facts, we misuse the stats. So we're going to examine that. Me and Obsidian, if you really listen to my show, you probably know me and Obsidian did like I would call like a drive-by response to some of his videos, but never just surgically picked apart. I never done this. I never just surgically picked apart one of his videos just through and through, line by line. Never done that. That's what's about to happen today. I'm about to surgically pick apart, expose the manosphere's video called what is it called? It's talking about how we misuse the way that we misuse stats. The way that we misuse stats. That's what he made his video on. He went in on that. And so we're going to break it down. We're going to get down to the bottom of whether or not we are correct or incorrect. And Pablo Frescobar is, I believe, jokingly saying, who is he? You've been around in this space long enough to know that who he is. If you saw the thumbnail, you know who he is. That is, goes by the YouTube name Expose the Manosphere or Tracking the Manosphere. But I assume you're joking with the who is he. Because if you have been around for a while, which you have, you remember when he put out an article. And yeah, I think we overreact to an article because we thought he was somebody. It was like the whole little thing, you know, he's a PhD candidate. And somebody slipped it out there that he had some type of connects, like he was going to potentially get one of his articles about us, which was a hit piece, into the New York Times. So we did give a too hasty of a reaction to that. So everything that he did there that he had going on there is really, really not a big deal. Nothing to see, much ado about nothing. But the gentleman since then has built a YouTube platform where he's in our realm and he's speaking our language and he's making essentially pre-recorded, well-edited response videos to our content and our message. So I'm going to run a fine-tooth comb through one of his videos. Videos where he says we misuse stats. And seeing as this space is driven by the data when done properly, I mean, yes, there's some panels where people just get up and chop it up and kick it and chill and anything goes. But for the most part, this space, when done properly, it's driven by the data. that can't be denied. It's driven by the data. So when somebody is attacking the data, well, I mean, they're going for the jugular, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the people that start salacious rumors and gossip stuff about this space, or just being overly, just talking junk. I can give or take that. That's no big deal. That's whatever. That's water off a duck's back. When somebody attacks the foundation, the stats, the facts, the information that we use to substantiate the things that we say, the things that we think, the things that really speak to, I would say it speaks to who we are, really. I would say that. When I look at Kevin Samuels' show, and I hate to just keep using Kevin Samuels as, a touch point or reference, but I mean, you can't miss it. I mean, it's like the biggest, shiniest thing that when I reference that, everyone knows what I'm talking about. A data-driven show. A very data-driven show. And shout out to BGS, shout out to Obsidian. Some would say BGS. From my perspective, I saw Obsidian doing it the most, because that's sort of that's the avenue I came into this space from. Had a very data-driven show when I found him. Very data-driven. And the stats confirmed the things that we was already seeing with our eyes, but wasn't seeing it being put out there, because there's very few media platforms and apparatuses, for men. It just wasn't there. It just wasn't there. I mean, yes, men were on TV, but it wasn't men who spoke the way that men actually speak, or think the way that men actually think. We didn't start really seeing that until the manosphere. And then it was just a bunch of men who went along and got along, so to speak. I hate that term. Hate that term now. Go along, get along game. But yes. Shout out to everybody in the building. We about to get into this. Shout out to Silent Lamont. Misusing stats equals stop using the truth against us. Absolutely. Shout out to Silent Lamont in the building with the $2 super.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Shout out to Silent Lamont. Appreciate you. Definitely appreciate you. Almost got 200 people in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. We're about to dig right into this. Let me pull up a vid. Hopefully I got it right. Hopefully I got that right. Give me 1 second. I shouldn't be doing nothing on this phone right now. This should already be taken care of, but hey. Hey. All right. Got that ready to go. Got that taken care of. But we about to get into this. I don't think I missed nobody else's super chat when I was doing my little pre-ramble. SKC in the building. Shout out to SKC. Shout out to you. Shout out to Theo. He said it must be hard when data and stats are sexist. Yeah, all day. That is the problem that we are faced with, that we must contend with. All those sexist stats. Absolutely. But all right. We about to get into this. Shout out to people in the building. Hit the like button on the way in. Hit the like button if you didn't do it already. Go ahead and hit that like button. And let's get ready to go. Let's get it. And Theo, I'm noticing a trend. You always put like an extra penny on the super chat. You put like an extra penny or an odd 5 cents. Nope, you're still getting the last $2.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
You still getting it. Oh man. All right. Let's get ready to go. Fair use. And shout out to him for I guess shout out to him for doing something that I need to do and segmenting off the video. That way I can do some skipping of the things I don't care to hear. I don't care to respond to. Well, I'm gonna break down the whole video, but it started out with a clip of somebody else saying something that didn't really make sense, you know. So I'm just gonna start it right here. Right here.
But rather empirical knowledge and then calling it facts.
80% of black women are overweight.
You know what? I am gonna play that clip. Because it didn't make any sense, but it wasn't him, so I didn't care to respond to it. But I'm going to play that clip. We can just
constant scam of everyone in the manosphere. And that is this pretense of being a know-it-all, yet you know nothing. To take on the delusional tone of having facts, but never really using facts or data, but rather empirical knowledge and then calling it facts.
80% of
that's why I didn't want to play that, because it was such a mind twist. It says using facts. It's saying you don't have facts, you have empirical knowledge, and you're using it as facts. Well, empirical knowledge, I'm sorry, if something is empirically substantiated, yes, that puts it in the realm of fact. And I think I understand that there's, based off the loose definition of empirical data, it's not really a loose definition, but a self-reported survey serves as empirical data. So one could criticize and say that it's not necessarily a fact, but overall, for the most part, if you got empirical data on something, you have the facts on it. So that statement didn't make any sense, and I didn't even feel like spending that much time to even break it down, because it didn't come from the man of the hour here. But yeah, that silent is correct. That is a word salad argument. So that one I'm just letting go. We're gonna start from right where Exposed the Manosphere starts talking.
Facts.
80% of black women are overweight or obese. 51% of black men are childless. 70% of black children are born out of wedlock, and nearly half of black women with children have them from multiple men. What I just stated are accurate statistics, but without context and nuance. I didn't tell you what methodologies were used to compile this data, nor did I tell you the limitations. I just cited statistical data without explaining the intricacies.
Okay. Now, right there, that statement that he made. Oh no, I didn't get nobody a pass, Goshen. It just that person. I don't know who that was talking, and he just not the man of the hour right now. So I just said I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to keep going past that one. But that was a ridiculous statement that I don't even feel like surgically breaking down the word salad within it. However, if you are properly paying attention to everything that was just said, he talked about how quoting the stats without the context, without explaining how the information was sourced, and all of those different things, all of those different factors make all the difference. And that's how we misuse stats. And so in this video, for all those 4 different things that he's named, those 4 different stats that I have in the thumbnail, he's going to break down and explain those in the context in which he's supposed to be trying to explain them, is going to show that we're misusing the stat, because the context and the explanation somehow disproves our position. Like the stat is the stat, but our position and our interpretation of the stat is wrong. That's what he means when he's saying context matters. So going forward here, the expectation in this video, if you understand exactly what it is that he was setting up, the expectation in this video is that he's going to break down what's wrong with using those stats. That's the expectation. That's the that's essentially the burden that he set out on himself. That's the mission that he embarked on in this video. You have to keep that in mind going forward, because when you understand that, you'll understand, like I'm going to show, that he really didn't say anything, didn't disprove anything, and didn't show at all how we misuse data. And also, very peculiar to things that he highlights and that he puts on the screen. This is from Pretty Kelly. I think a lot of you may or may not know her. She's I mean, she's been in my chat room before. One of you dudes hid her, which I don't like. Don't let somebody come in here with a check mark and you hide them. Don't hide check marks. All right, that's just not, that's a flag on the play. That's for a moderator. But anyway, she said some things we disagree with, but that's it. That's nothing in City is worthy of being hidden. So yeah, I quit doing that. I went through my hide list. I saw GA Boy on there again. Like, yeah, I gotta chill with hiding people. Yeah, I gotta chill with hiding people. I'm the only one who can do the hiding. I'm the only one that can do the hiding. I saw a few other people on my hide list that I didn't approve that message. But anyway, he posted this and it says, topics were discussed in the manosphere. When I checked the site, and I'm assuming that site is blackdemographics.com, there was no demographics anywhere online to correlate with the statistics. Well, that's a peculiar statement, because most of the stats that we use come from Black demographics. They get most of their stats from the CDC, the Institute of Family Studies. So they're getting their stats from the CDC and well, I'm having a brain fart on that. They get most of their stats right from the CDC. QB Willie B will criticize content creators on his channel and will never debate anyone to make his points valid. Well, I do believe he shouldn't hop on a panel. I mean, if he's really going for a PhD and all of that and blah, 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 he shouldn't hop on a panel, but he should be able to do a one-on-one interview with somebody who disagrees with him. I think the closest he came is with ARC, but I think they have agreement on enough topics to where they could just do a formal a non-contentious interview. There are some things that ARC would say or could possibly say. Census, that's what I was trying to think of. Thank you, Pablo. I was like, it starts with a C. Why? It's at the tip of my tongue. Why can't I say it? But yeah, they get them from CDC, Census. A lot of stuff comes from the Institute of Family Studies. Like the blackdemographics.com, they don't just pull stats out of their rear end. They make sure that it comes from somewhere credible when they put it on there. But to what QB was that? Who, I forgot who was that to say something with his name. QB Willie. To what he's saying, I understand him not hopping on a panel, but he should be able to do a one-on-one with somebody he has a genuine disagreement with. I tend to believe, I didn't watch the interview when he interviewed ARC, but I tend to believe he asked ARC questions that they have agreement on. I'm quite sure he didn't ask ARC questions that would get ARC to start talking about some stuff and saying some things about women that Aaron G. Fountain wouldn't really care to be to be debating on. I'm pretty sure it didn't go that way. I don't know for sure because I didn't see it. But no, just hopping on a panel, no. A formal one-on-one discussion with somebody who's, not going to fly off the handle, but still holds all the points that we make, still has all the information and the views, perspective, or ideology, so to speak. Yes, he should be willing to do that. He should be willing to do that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But if I was just going whole hog, jumping in jumping out into the deep end and just joining a panel. Nah, he should stay away from that. At least I would advise him to do that. But he should, yeah, definitely should be able to have a one-on-one discussion. He was on Trey's panel a couple weeks ago. Trey, that Trey the MBD? That shocks the hell out of me if that happened. That shocks the hell out of me if that happened.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Send me that, Wizard. Send me that. I'm just curious. I just gonna watch that on my own free time. Email me the link to that. Leo Anthony in the building with a $25 super chat. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Leo Anthony says some people don't get. There are stats within stats and rates within the stat. For example, 70% of children being born out of wedlock doesn't mean 70% of all Black women have kids. We understand that. Most of the content creators understand that. There's a few people in chat rooms, and every now and then there's people that hop on panels that don't understand that. But that's a point that I've made on this show a lot. I've made that point on this show a lot. I've had to correct women on that one. Like 60% of Black women have kids. And of those 60% that have kids, no, yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. Of the children born, 70% of them are born out of wedlock. It doesn't mean 70% of Black women have children out of wedlock. We understand that here. So anybody who's trying to make it seem like we don't understand that, they're getting it wrong. It refers to 70% of the Black women having kids only. Yeah, but shout out to you. That is very true. And that's one thing about this space. We strive to get the stats right. We take our time to try to get the stats right. And quite often we do. And we quite often have debates when somebody is getting it wrong. Shout out to BGS. He brings lots of stats that sort of go against some of the things. He's challenged the dogma of the 80-20 rule. Whereas Obsidian has presented data that, he's presented some data that sort of proves it. And even then, the data is kind of noisy because it doesn't, in a hard line way prove that. It doesn't, in a hard line way, prove that that women are only having sex with 20% of the men. It doesn't, in a hard line way, prove that, but it does prove the psyche of women. And you can look at some. It depends on how you define it. Actually, we're going to get into the 80-20 rule coming up pretty soon here. Actually, it depends on how you define it, whether or not you can make a case that that's true. And there's a lot of different data points that sort of show that there's some truth to it. The way that I tend to define it, there's some proof that is fairly accurate, because I don't think only 20% of men are having sex. I think only about 20% of men can have sex with minimal investment. That's pretty much how it works. Being completely single and having an active, vibrant sex life. And I think that's roughly generally what it is. But that's one that we've always acknowledged in this space, that it's really hard to prove, even though there's some data that's trending in that direction. There's some data trending in that direction. But that crystallizes the point that even on something that's said a lot in this space, we tend to acknowledge when, the data isn't exactly strong on this. It's just our perception, our view. And that's not what I'm focusing on today. I'm focusing on hard data today. Tinder experiments prove the 80-20 rule. That is an important data point. That is an important data point. It shows that women only see the top 20% of men. Yes. But their results and outcomes are their results and outcomes, and they will have sex. They will have sex and enter relationships with the other men. But as far as what they want and what they go for, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But I didn't come ready to get into that. And I can get long-winded on that. I've done shows on that. And there's debate amongst that because some people in the chat room are saying that they don't believe the 80-20 rule. And I'm not even about to break it down too much or get into it. But shout out to everybody in the building. Let's roll the tape. Let's roll the tape.
And this is a misleading tactic the black manosphere regularly employs. I've said numerous times that members of the black manosphere and their followers are intellectually lazy. They repeat talking points they've heard content creators spew without applying critical thinking. Inevitably,
notice what was just said right there. They employ talking points they've heard content creators say without applying critical thinking. See, already right there, he's talking about the content creator who's done some research, and the content creator puts the information out there. The person in the chat room hears the information and then says it in somebody else's chat room. Now, the chat room person probably did not do the research. No other space does the audience dictate what people respond to. He just admitted right there that a lot of what he's responding to is the audience. I don't judge Jordan Peterson based off how his audience responds to his work or to his information, to his YouTube channel, to his videos on YouTube. Nobody does that anywhere. But in the black manosphere, that's apparently okay. 51%. Shout out to whoever this is. He put up some stats that somebody put up there. 51% of black women have multiple baby daddies. The stat that he's going to refer to here is 46%, but I'm going to show y'all that that could very well be more. Shout out to January man. Bernard says, Bernard, just speak on negative stats about black men and all this goes away. Yeah. But 51% of black women have multiple baby daddies, and it's 51%. I think what to see, and this is where things go wrong. It's 51% of the black women that have children have multiple baby daddies, and it's some evidence to suggest that may be the case. Black men make more money than black women. That is accurate. Black women have the highest rate of STD. That is true. And he's going to try to context that away as we go forward in the video. Black woman net worth is $5. That's one I don't really pay that much attention to because I don't even understand it. Black women highest divorce rate, lowest marriage rate. All of that, facts and stats just shows that that's true. Snuggles, she says, this is my towards the struggle. Is that the struggle bear fund? That other bear who comes in here that will remain nameless should donate their own money. You just really trying to make sure that you own market share on anybody who's posing as a bear.
Hi, I'm Snuggle, Snuggly Softness. That's really less.
She don't like that when people come in here with bear avatars. She's trying to make sure that she's the only one. But he haven't gotten to the data yet. He's just doing this little pre-ramble. So let's get through the pre-ramble.
These stats get repeated so many times that almost no one stops to think about their accuracy, where they originated from, or how they were compiled. For peer-reviewed articles, they skip over the literature review, methodology, and limitation sections. Far too often, they only cite the results. Content creators who prove the group wrong are ignored.
Now, that part is a bunch of BS. He says content creators that prove the group wrong are ignored. I just mentioned how BGS came with some hard facts and data that suggests that the 80-20 rule is wrong. And based off the way that it was defined in his video, he did prove that version, that thought process of the 80-20 rule is wrong. He did prove it. But depending on how you define it, other people can present data that shows that it's accurate, all depending on how you define it. But there's been hot debate about it. So the notion that people who disprove certain things in this space get ignored. No, I've seen more often things get challenged, things get disproven or debunked, and then people stop saying it and they move forward arguing accordingly, since better data came in that refuted what was previously thought to be true. Only in science do they do that. This isn't the Bible where, okay, I'm not trying to criticize religion, but if somebody believes that the Bible is the one true word of God and it's written in there, then it's true. If some data comes that shows that something in there isn't true, the data must be wrong. No, we ride with the data. Shout out to Red Sings the Blues. He said the problem with science is that stuff can be inconclusive. Facts and data change year after year. But it's not that facts don't change year after year. More research is done, which means they've gotten more accurate and more precise, meaning that they've gotten closer to the absolute truth. But if somebody quotes a fact or a stat and based off let's just use science. Before Einstein, came with the Einstein's theory of relativity and all of the laws and everything that Einstein figured out. I'll just sum it up quickly. Yeah, Newtonian physics was the main thing on the table. And everything that Isaac Newton said was correct for larger objects in motion. But when Einstein explained some things about subatomic particles, that sort of changed the game on everything that Isaac Newton was talking about. Now, Isaac Newton was not wrong, but based off all the information that he had, his explanation was correct and the closest to the truth. The only thing Einstein did is add to it and find out more information that essentially just helped move it closer, helped make it more precise, he helped get it down to the molecule. So whenever somebody say that the problem with science stuff can be inconclusive, facts and data change year after year. They don't just change and flip-flop willy-nilly like that. No, they move closer to the truth. They get down to the decimal point. They get down to the decimal. They're working with the numbers behind the decimal point. They're getting those more accurate. So fact today can be fiction tomorrow. That's not typically not how it works. Typically not how it works. Whenever people do that, they'll try to bring up something that happened in they'll try to bring up some science that really wasn't science, but everybody believed it, and then real science came and disproved and debunked it. And then they say, okay, well, once a time, all the science said this. No, it didn't. They didn't use no scientific method to come up with that nonsense. Or shout out to SKC. I'm not trying to rehash this. They may find a new fossil that changes the game, whereas they thought that this particular fossil was linked to this particular fossil, and it is. But when they find a fossil that falls in between those two on the geologic column, and the phenotypes of the fossil, they say, that sort of changes things. We looked at this and we looked at this and we drew this conclusion based off the information that we had. But now that we have this information, we can give a better description of what happened. That's typically how that works. He says, I sent the email to you containing the link. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. I will definitely get on that. But shout out to everybody who's super chatting. Appreciate all of it. We haven't even got all the way into the data part of this thing yet. We just dealing with his pre-ramble. But shout out to everybody who put shout out to everybody who put 5 on it. SKC in the building. Notice how the manosphere has sharpened and challenged each other's data via debates, i.e. teapot, but black women never corrected most educated group in the U.S. That's my point. That is my point. We constantly sharpening each other's tools. Constantly. Even after me and SKC had that evolution debate, I found myself investing hours upon hours after that debate, doing some reading and watching some documentaries and just just YouTube, data mining on YouTube. You shouldn't. Well, I mean, everything is on YouTube. You can go to YouTube. You can find information on YouTube. So that myth is gone. But there were some things that he brought up that I had to pull up some videos on. I had to do some reading on. So I found myself after that debate learning even more. We constantly critiquing our positions and on everything. Silent Lamont in the building. He says, Atomic Dogs, Dallas. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. That one went over the head. SKC is saying we'll debate again. Absolutely.
Prove the group wrong or ignored. Essentially, the manosphere cites misleading statistics to smear black women in retribution for years it believes black women have smeared black men. But far too often.
Okay, now you see what happened right there. I want to get into the stats of it, but I mean, it's just so much here.
Black women in retribution for years it believes black women have smeared black men.
Damn it, I want to leave that video up so we can look and see who had on there. Because he's saying that we're smearing black women for years of what they've done to us. And we're just smearing them. We're getting revenge. I think it's safe to say. Shout out to OG Speed. He be clowning me saying I be getting a little greasy on the air. I got paper towels down here. I must be doing like the preachers. They be dabbing on their sweat because they don't want to mess up their makeup. They be having to. But yeah. So he puts that in there, and I actually did go back and watch the old video. And even if to some degree it's overplayed, how much Oprah went in on black men, even though we have found the clips, we have dug them up. They do exist where she did shows that were clearly leaning in a certain direction, a more woman-friendly direction. It's as if anybody is. I just gotta say, you're practically lying if you're not at least willing to acknowledge that the perception in the media, whether we're talking about movies, daytime television, TV shows, any realm of media that talks about men and women, if you're not willing to just concede the point that men are depicted as the Joker and women Batman, if you're not willing to just simply concede that point, all of those individuals there, that's Gerardo, Ricky Lake, Oprah, I don't know who this guy is in the back, Montel, I don't know who the hell it is, that Barbara Walters, in between Oprah and Montel, those shows were for women. Women are allowed to have their shows. Women are major consumers. A lot of the advertisement is for them. A lot of the programming is for them. So if you can see the simple point that yes, they had their media, and yes, when it came time to talk about men, they didn't talk about men favorably. Men were the villains, women were the heroes, or by extension, black men, when they talked specifically about black men were the villains, black women were the heroes in the story. If you're not willing to concede that was the perception that was out there, and anything else that's going on that bucked up against that was viewed as a villain, to the point to where when black men use the media platforms, the internet, YouTube, to talk about things from their perspective, when black men started doing that, there are people who have visceral reactions to it. They went on flagging and blocking campaigns, or in some cases, they created blogs and or YouTube channels to expose those individuals. So clearly, the visceral reaction that people have against men speaking their view, their perspective on issues that pertain to men and women, whether it's relationships or just overall interactions with each other in society. The mere fact that people are up in arms by the fact that men are talking on YouTube platforms that shows that clearly there's been something going on where the ideas and the views of the other side have been pushed so strongly that people have a triggered reaction to protect women from criticism. Shout out to Wizard X with the $5 super chat. He says, "What does it take to get a wrench? I would like to have Sister George's wrench." Kidding, LOL. No, Sister George's wrench is on Mars, buried under 15 pounds of horse shit. If she can get up there and dig it out, she can have it. That's where her wrench is at. Aaron G had a wrench, but I heard there was a lot of talking there about that, about Aaron G's wrench. He said, I'm trying to find Aaron G. Aaron G had a wrench on his previous channel. Normally, what gets wrenches on my channel, the entry fee was very small when the channel was smaller. One $5 Cash App or Super Chat would have got a wrench at one point, but right now I got so many people with wrenches. It's like normally takes a considerable, noticeable donations over time, or one really, really big one. Normally something like that make me jump out and give a wrench, but yeah, but no, I don't hand them out as loosely. So many people that got wrenches because they probably was here for a while when I was handing them out fast, quick, and in a hurry. And there's some people who just get wrenches just out of OG respect. Shout out to Nagone 11 down there. Shout out to Nagone 11 down there. People like Nagone just get a wrench on sight. I just saw him in the chat room one time. He got a wrench. Damn, Mr. C just sent a $40 Cash App. Damn. Who is Mr. C? Shout yourself out in the chat room. I have no idea who Mr. C is. Shout yourself out in the chat room. Dr. Thunder in the building with the $5 super chat. Says, check your email. It's about to be on like Donkey Kong. Let's go. All right, cool. Got it. Will do. Will do. All right. Shout out again. Yeah, shout out to Nagone 11. All right, let's move along.
Black men. But far too often, it ignores or downplays statistical data and nuance and doesn't favor its arguments. Now, in fairness, Black women have done the same on YouTube. I made a community post explaining the uncredible report that 92% of biracial children with a Black father were born out of wedlock.
Now, do got to give him credit for that one. I wasn't a content creator when this came out. Now, he didn't make a video on this because no, he's defending his side, so to speak. And that's another weird thing that happens in this space. There are people who speak as if they're above the gender war, even though they've picked a side. They've picked a side in the gender war, but they like try to talk like, man, why is all this back and forth? Yeah, you've picked your side. You can't complain about a gender war when you've picked your side and making videos accordingly. Like you can't do that. You can't do that. However, I got to give him props on this one. There was a report that suggested, it really didn't suggest it, but it kind of suggested that 92% of biracial children with black dads are born out of wedlock. I read through that. It was back before I had a channel and I knew it was wrong, and I was just screaming at somebody to debunk that properly, and nobody really did. But it was so easy. It was so easy when you read the tables of how everything was sourced, and and I almost got to give him a half point on this, because the fact that very few people properly debunked this, it shows that they didn't read all the pages. But it was a lot. It was a lot to read, and it was a lot in there. So it's I can see how some people missed that part of it. because he's pointing out that people don't read the whole thing, even though when you read the whole thing with the data that he's going to try to use to debunk us, it doesn't make that much of a difference. But in this study that showed this, the women that they used were extremely impoverished women, where 90% of them made less than $800 a month. Like they scraped the bottom of the barrel of women. 75% of them reported no income whatsoever. And there was another 15% of them that made less than $10,000 a year. That's essentially $800 a month. So it was a weird sample, how they gathered the people, how they got the people, and the number of people that they use and everything. It was faulty from the start, and it was very easy to see what exactly was wrong with this study. And so, yeah, a lot of people took that and they ran with it. But the studies that really take off in the manosphere that everybody typically is talking about is normally not a study that can be as easily debunked as that one. It's normally a study with some nuance to it, some more to look into, but never nothing that just so blatantly, obviously bad as what we got right here. Like they use women who were in an extremely impoverished situation. And even the ones that was in the top 10% on the study, they only made like it was somewhere between 10,000 to 40,000. But that's fine. At 10%, that would essentially probably amount to regular jobs. But no, they use poor women on welfare. Poor women on welfare with no income, or single mothers. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But shout out to him for pointing out. He didn't make a video about it, but he did post it in his community tab while talking about something else. He did slip that in there and acknowledge that was problematic as well. So he did play fair and balanced right there for that one time. So shout out to him for that.
And of biracial children with a black father were born out of wedlock. For this video, I won't be able to go over every stat cited by the group because it's too numerous, so I'll cover some that get thrown around repeatedly. And for my non-American audience, these are statistics from the United States, but just for the record, I've heard British men in the manosphere cite misleading statistics as well from the UK. The most common stat I hear thrown around often is that 51% of black men are childless.
Not true. 51% of black men are single and childless, 64% are in the middle class. That is plenty to provide.
Okay.
Blackdemographics.com, black stats by black people for black people. This one's going to hurt. No children. 51% of black men are single and childless.
But this is a misleading statistic because it includes teenagers. According to the U.S. Census, about 3% of black men between the ages of 15 and 19 had children, which is higher than all other racial and ethnic groups.
All right, let's stop right there. Okay, now he's saying that the stat is flawed because it includes children. Now, most of the stats that the CDC use, they start at either 16 or they start at 15. Now, the stats that a lot of people will quote to show the lack of labor force participation of black men, they also start at 16 on that one. But the same people don't take the time to stop and say that, oh, well, that stat is skewed because they are using 16-year-olds. We just understand that it's just a very simple thing that you can you can look at the stat, understand that the stats that they're using for everybody, they're starting at 16. So everybody's stats will just be skewed just a little bit because that small sliver of people at the very beginning of the stat is going to affect it and throw it off. But that's across the board with almost all CDC stats. So to try to say that, oh, well, that's not true because of this, well, then no stats are true. Or we can just be adults and just understand that, okay, that if a stat says I don't know, 45% of people fall in a particular category, but they're using younger people. Okay, well, that may either bump it up a little bit or bump it down a little bit, but it doesn't make it to the point to where now we got to throw this stat out. Because if you throw this stat out, it's so many other things that you essentially have to throw out as well. But fortunately, we got here we go here. Let me see. Where is it? Fortunately, we got this right here. And this does the full breakdown of it. But the first flaw is that when he's pointing out that it uses teenager, yes, it starts from 15 years old. Because, I mean, there's people are sexually active at 15. But it does skew the stats between that 15 and 19 demographic that shouldn't be having kids. But it still skews the stats a little bit. But guess what? It skews them for everybody. But as you can see, our stats are very similar to everybody's. So everybody's is skewed. But if ours was just blowing out the water completely different than everybody else's, then it would be easier to make that point. Now, one thing that I said in another stream is that when you look at this demographic, and hopefully I can see this just fine, right? Okay, when you look at the ages, hopefully I can see that. The second one over, the second shortest one, that's from 20 to 29, okay? In that category, 24.9% of Black men have children. In that same age cohort, 29.4% of Hispanic men have children. So it's 24.9% of Black men have children in the 20 to 29 age cohort, and 29.4% of Hispanic men have children in that same 29.4% of Hispanic men have children in that same age cohort. And among white men, it's 21.1% have children in that age cohort. So when it comes to being in our 20s, you can see we're in the middle. We're floating in the middle on that, where Hispanic and Latino men got more kids, white men have less kids, Black men are in the middle. Asian people, they have the least amount in that category. But you know, they do it the best in terms of getting kids when they're married. Only having kids when they're married. They do actually do the best at that. Now, the reason that stat is important and the reason that stat is quoted, because even if you just looked at Black men between 20 and 29, if you would have asked people pre-Black men coming online talking about facts, stats, and data, if you would have asked somebody, said between the age of 20 and 29, what percentage of Black men have kids, they probably would have said 80%. They probably would have said about 80 to 70%. The mere fact that we can see that Black men are not doing that much different than any other man in terms of producing a lot of children at that age, that does prove the point. And it doesn't go up until getting to like 60% range, 62% between 30 and 39. Well, that's the family starting marrying age for men. So it should be an increase in children in that age range. And then for men over 40, it says, well, from 40 to 49, from 40 to 49, that's when it gets up to 80%. Because yes, a man has lived his life at that point. Because I mean, 40 to 49, I mean, most men aren't having kids over 50. I mean, some are, but they might as well, I just said, from 40 on to death, basically. We're talking 80%. When it should be higher at 80%. And you can see everybody else is at 70. And when they get up to 40, between 40 and 49, everybody else is at 75. Asian is at 80.7. Hispanic Latino at 83.4. So yes, this does disprove the charge that Black men are out there completely reckless, making a bunch of babies when our percentages are similar to other people. Leo Anthony in the building, he said, this is like Black women say 80% of Black men age 40 and up have children. Well, yeah, they ought to. I mean, not necessarily they ought to, but there's nothing technically wrong with that. to debunk the 51% of black men without children. What they don't get is 80% of black men are not 40. Right. Absolutely. But that is the point where, you know, you look at marital ages, you look at family starting ages, you look at all of that, like that is the time where by then they should have probably produced some children. That is the stable relationship age once they make it into their 30s. But if they were in their 20s when they have, you know, zero, they haven't produced anything or haven't done anything, and if our percentages was all the way up in the 50% there, then it would be a problem. But I don't see a major problem with it. The only problem that could be pointed out is that, you know, black people don't get married that much. So yes, there's more out of wedlock children being born. Like that point can be made, but that doesn't disprove the stat. Doesn't disprove the stat at all, pointing out that when men get older, by then they would have had children. That doesn't disprove anything. So to depict it as if it disproves something is just pointless. It's a nothing burger of a point. A nothing burger of a point to try to even point out that 40%. Well, I stopped it before he even tried to make his point. But let me just play his clip. I already went right to my thing that I wanted, my spiel, before I even let him fully play out his point. But here we go.
About 25% of black men between 20 and 29 have children, which is the second highest, right behind Latino men. But once black men are in their 40s, around 80% had children. So when folks say that 51% of black men are childless, they fail to consider the age range and how younger people skew that number. Again, and this is another example of citing statistics without context, but the manosphere cites.
All right. So he went on and made the point, and he's saying context matters. Now, I gotta ask, what did he prove? Because that was all he had to say about that stat. 51% of black men are childless. The only thing he essentially said is that black men who are younger don't have a lot of kids. Black men who are older and who have lived a life and are older and making more money and are in relationship settled down age tend to have more kids than younger black men. But if between the age of, let's just say 20 to 39, where the percentages was 25% and 60%, which means that percentage right there would actually drop below 50. Let's understand that point. Let's make sure we understand that simple point. If we're looking at the chart, right, the black men are the second one. If y'all, hopefully y'all can see that. Black men are the second group of bars that you can see coming up. If between the age of 20 and 29, only 24.9% of them have kids, and between the age of 30 to 39, 62% of them have children. It stands to reason that within that group of men, that you could probably do the math. I mean, somebody who's good at math could run the numbers on that and get it right. Somebody who's good at math could run the numbers on that and get it closer to right. But that would argue that in that age of developing and the age of entering the point to where you're, you know, in position to settle down and be in a relationship and have some kids in a way that's more meaningful, in that age, that group matters. From 20 to men between the age of 20 to 40 is below 50%. That's the point. It's below 50% with men between the age of 20 to 40. So he didn't debunk anything. He didn't disprove anything. I see SKC dropping something in the chat room. Give me a second. One moment. I want to SKC is too much on here for me to try to look at real quick while I'm live. Too much for me to try to look at right here on the fly while I'm live. Oh, this does a good generational breakdown. All right, I gotta file that one away. Good stuff, SKC. I gotta file that one away. I gotta file this one away. Good stuff. Good stuff. CJ NBM in the building says this black man made a video trying to prove that stats that make black men look good are not accurate. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. And his argument is that, well, the context matters. The context of the stats matter. Okay, when we put all the stats out there, plain and open so everybody can see, if all of these numbers right here equal to 50%, then the stats are accurate. Now, if you divvy up the numbers and find out that men between 20 and 29 have less kids than men between 40 and 49, well, okay, no shit. If you divvy up the stats and find out that men between 30 and 39 have less kids than men between 40 and 49 and more than kids between, I said kids, more than men between 20 and 29, well, then no shit. But the number still equals out at the same. That context only matters if a woman is 40 something years old and she's saying she has to have a man who's over, she wants a man who's over 40 with no kids. And if somebody said, well, 50% of black men are single and childless, okay, then they will be giving her some faulty stats. That's the only area where the context actually matters. That's the only area where that context actually would matter. But overall, for the overall dating market and dating pool of black people in America, the stat holds up and it still makes sense. So the argument is that context matters, but nothing was disproven. Thank you, SKC. That's actually how you ought to do that. Don't just send me a big link. Highlight exactly what in the link is important while I'm live on the air. Now, if I was off the air, I could take time and read it. It says, in short, it showed that 50%, 55% of black men in the U.S. 2019 are under the age of 40. Well, there you go. There you go. The majority of black men are under the age of 40. So pointing out that 45% of black men, pointing out that 45% of black men fall into that 80% category that have kids. When you're talking about men who are, like, once you get about all the men above 45, above the age of 40, we start getting into men who are out of the realm of having kids. So when we're talking about the men who are in childbearing ages where they still want to have kids and want to start families, the stat is accurate. The stat is accurate and it's meaningful. And that can't be stressed enough here. When it comes to the men who are of the childbearing age, where they're probably still wanting to have kids or wanting to start a family, the stat is even more accurate. It's actually better than 50%. So the context that he tried to put on it does not change anything. Didn't change anything at all. But that's the reoccurring moral of the story that we're going to see here, where he's just going to keep, like you see on the screen, where it says context matters. He's going to try to context his way out of every possible stat. Shout out to Edward Anderson, as we should also attack the fact that for the most part, they are using stats to basically lie on black men and men in general for commercial and political purposes. That's a whole nother show. Well, it could tie into this one. It could definitely tie into this one.
Example of citing statistics without context, but the Manosphere cites this as a way to prove that black women are reproducing with a minute number of black men. Another stat.
Okay, right there, he said that people cite that as a way to prove that black women are reproducing with a minute number of men across the board. Across the board, women out reproduce men. That's just what it is that way all throughout history. They did the science, that dirty word science, and they found out, this isn't the stat that should the stats that show that, but they did the science and they found out that women, that 60% of women that have ever lived, I think it may have been even higher than that, probably closer to 65% of women, all the women that ever lived have reproduced, and only like 40% of all men that have ever lived have reproduced. Like, we know women out reproduce men. We talked about that on this show a lot. Women are going to out reproduce men, and you can corroborate. So you can look at that 51% stat isn't the end all be all game changing, hammer dropping argument that seals the deal that women are reproducing with a smaller percentage of men, or just having sex with a smaller percentage of men. There's a lot of data points on that, but that was a sleight of hand trick, I think, to try to make it seem as if we just use that one to try to say that. There's a lot of other data points that that speak to that. So there's that.
Thrown around is the multiple partner fertility rate. When these men say that 46% of black women have multiple children from multiple men, that data comes from the Fragile Families and Child Well-Being Study. But this data followed the parents of a birth cohort born between 1998 and 2000. Because of war, diseases, and accidents, multiple partner fertility is not a new phenomenon, but social scientists have only recently examined a nuance of these relationships.
Okay, he did something that he commonly does right there, and he just threw out a red herring. I want to back up some. He threw out a red herring, something to just throw you off the scent. Now, there's multiple studies that have shown that black women who have children have multiple partners at a higher rate than other women. This particular study from the Fragile Families Institute, I believe it was, and I read that study, and he said it used a birth cohort from 98 to 2000 or something like that, and that's fine. They used that when it came up with 46%. I got another study, something I'm going to show, where it shows an even higher number with another study, but this is the red herring.
Follow the parents of a birth cohort born between 1998 and 2000.
All right, now he said that, and after he said that, just watch how he tries to quickly throw you off the scent of what's being discussed. And using that birth cohort from 98 or 2000, that doesn't disprove anything exactly. It just shows that this particular study studied in this particular time range. Doesn't disprove anything, but he says that real quick, and then he says this.
Because of war, diseases, and accidents, multiple partner fertility is not a new phenomenon, but social science.
What was the point of that, talking about war, disease, and accident? Like we understand the simple concept that if a man is married to a woman, they have 2 kids, he goes off to war, he dies in war, she remarries 3, 4, 5 years later, that she's going to have kids by multiple people. Like, we understand that. So we understand that this isn't a new phenomenon. The reason that it matters right now for purposes of this particular conversation is that there isn't war times going on, but it's happening a lot. So that was a deliberate throw you off the scent, talking about war, disease, and famine and all kind of stuff like that, when we're living in a very abundant, a country full of abundance, so to speak, to just say it mild and just to say it mildly. There's nuance to that too, but either way, that was a deliberate throw you off the scent type of deal or type of tactic. That was a pointless statement to just throw out there after he cited how it was sourced and didn't explain exactly why that was a problem, how they sourced the information in the Fragile Families study. He didn't cite why that was a problem, and then he talked about war, disease, and famine, and then just moved on. He does that a lot. Remember when I told y'all when I sold cars, they taught you to do something called acknowledge, ignore, then move on, the acronym AIM, where you bring something up, you say it, you acknowledge it, but then you kind of ignore it and then just move on to something else. Like, he does that a lot. Now I'll give him a slight pass because he's trying to put a lot of information in a really short video. So I do give him a slight pass on that. But he does it so much that where I tend to believe it's on purpose, when he doesn't really have anything to refute it. He just wants to acknowledge it in a real quick, matter-of-fact kind of way, as if it's wrong, but doesn't really explain why it's wrong. He just says it, and then he still just moves, and he moves right on forward. It's like it really didn't say anything. Nothing was said there.
To follow the parents of a birth cohort born between 1998 and 2000. Because of war, diseases, and accidents, multiple partner fertility is not a new phenomenon, but social scientists have only recently examined the nuance of these relationships. A person can certainly have children from two different men within wedlock.
Wait a minute. Now, we can't make that argument that they can have children with two different men within wedlock. You can't make the argument with black women because we know the marital rates with black women are really low. So you're making a bad argument if you're trying to convince people that a woman can have two children within wedlock and be a part of that multiple partner fertility rate. When you're talking about a group of people who have the lowest marital rate in the country. So that argument does not work. It just doesn't. Now, first off, let me say this. Let me make this point very clear. And I say this all the time. This is a reoccurring thing on my show. I say this all the time. There are people who fall into a particular stat. For example, it's very well maybe possible that two people could have been in a happy relationship for 9 years. They had a kid. They stayed together for whatever reason. They didn't get married. They broke up. They did doing a great job co-parenting, raising a productive child. And then later she gets married and has another kid. She would technically fall into the multiple partner fertility stats. But I say this all the time. Just because you contribute to a particular stat, it doesn't mean that you contribute to the fuckery. But the stats overall don't get that high unless it's a lot of fuckery. So pointing out the possibility that somebody could have been married twice and then fall into the stat, that does not absolve it. And I even say that because there are some people who are not married but are doing great job raising children. Kudos to them. Shout out to them. Shout out to Coach Hassani Ali, who I've had on this show. Him and his wife, they got a non-state sanctioned marriage where they draw up the documents and sign them and everything. On paper, they baby mama and baby daddy in. But they're actually doing a good job raising a productive family. They contribute to the stat, but they don't contribute to the fuckery. You see how that works? So, but to try to reach for the exceptions, I'm going to prove some exceptions real soon. Shout out to Dig Thug in the building. He says, if women out-reproduce men and they are also more abundant than men, what does that say about them? I brought this up on Jessica X's live stream that 4 black women security guards got pregnant by one prisoner. Yeah, I wasn't even trying to bring up those anecdotal situations, but yeah, we know how that goes. There's a such thing as one guy who can impregnate 10, 15 women. Yeah, like we know how that goes. We know a guy showing up with 3 baby mamas. For a lot of them is not a qualifier. I mean, there are things that sort of transcend the data. I shouldn't say transcend the data. Things that we can observe that I would say purports with the data. They may be exceptions, they may be anecdotal, but when you look at high out of wedlock birth rates, and then you look at the simple fact that the majority of black men are not making babies like we thought, then yeah, you do have to consider that and average that into the equation. But it's hard to really pin it down in the data. It really is. Well, not really. I mean, I listen. I came prepared with the data that I got. So I mean, but a later show will be done on that about um the number of the black men who have kids and the number of kids that each of them have. That's a separate thing that I'll dig into that. I'll dig into that. But shout out to Dig Thug, appreciate you. I'm gonna be doing more data driven shows. Shout out to Coach Ali in the building. He says, you would mention me as I'm sending a super chat. LOL. Greetings from ATL. You messed up my no comment, just tricking. Ah, shout out to Coach Ali in the building. Shout out.
I want 150,000. So we can start out of court right now for $20. Man, get your.
Shout out to Coach Ali. Salute. Appreciate you coming on through.
Nonetheless, there's no data collected that serves as a representative sample because the constraints of data and subpopulation estimates vary widely. The 2014 survey of income and program participation was a nationally representative panel study of individuals and households who directly asked a question about whether a person was a multiple partner fertility. It showed that 10% of all U.S. adults fit that classification.
Wait a minute. Why would that even get brought up? What? He said that there was a study where they found that 10% of all, listen, and I read the study because he left a link in there, so I read it. All U.S. adults. So they used all U.S. adults and found out that 10% fell into the category. Now, if you're talking about all U.S. adults, yes, it would be as low as 10%. Because it didn't even specify whether or not, all they were talking about all U.S. adults who have kids. I'm going to show a study. I'm going to show a study right now that let me pull this up. Let's see. Stop share. He said all U.S. adults, a study that talked about, that used all U.S. adults. I don't even think they're talking about you people. They're not even talking about people with kids. They're just saying all U.S. adults, 10% fall into the category. Well, it's possible when you use all U.S. adults that 10% could fall in there, but the people who do it the most could be really, really high. Just like how there's about a 12% herpes rate. That's still crazy in America across the board. But black people are up there at like 40%. 50% of that is black women. And we're going to get into that stat too. But the first national study, hold on, where we go? Okay, y'all can't see that. That's small. And y'all still can't see it. Okay, first national study of prevalence of multiple partner fertility shows that 28% of all U.S. women with 2 or more children, that is, I'm glad it's worded properly there, because he said 28% of all U.S. women with 2 or more children have children by more than one man. That's 28%. The study was presented April 1st, in Washington, D.C. at the annual meeting of Population Association of America. Now let's scroll down some. Let's scroll down a bit. Okay. For the study, Dorius analyzed data on nearly 4,000 U.S. women who were interviewed more than 20 times over a period of 27 years. That is a good sample. As part of a national longitudinal survey of youth, she found that having children by different fathers was more common among minority women, with 59% of African American mothers, 35% of Hispanic mothers, and 22% of white mothers reporting multiple partner fertility. Women who were not living with a man when they gave birth and those with low income and less education were also more likely to have children by different men. But you can see here it's at 59% in a study where they analyzed data on nearly 4,000 U.S. women who were interviewed more than 20 times over a period of 27 years as part of a national longitudinal survey. Looks like they did a good job gathering the data, and it's at nearly 60% of black women who had not 60% of black women, because only about 60% of black women have children. But of the 60 of the black women who have children, 60, I'm sorry, let me make sure I get it exactly right. Make sure I get it exactly right. The first national study of the prevalence of multiple partner fertility shows that 28% of U.S. women with 2 or more children have children by more than one man. So black women with 2 or more children, 60% of them is 2 different baby daddies. That's what this study showed. The other study that he kind of aimed, acknowledged, and then moved on from, that one was at 46%. Damn, y'all still could barely see that. I'll drop the link in the chat if y'all want to. I'll drop that link in the chat for you. So no matter how they source the data, no matter how they slice it, no matter how they smack it up, flip it, or rub it down, the data comes out with black women who have multiple children. There's more baby daddies involved. So this isn't about me just beating up on black women, but I mean, when a stat is quoted and then he's trying to say that we're misusing the data, but when we look into the data, no, it is what it is. And then to cite a study that just polled everybody and said that 10% of people fall into the category of all U.S. citizens, but one that's actually more precise and focuses only on mothers that have 2 children. And of those mothers that have 2 children, 59% of the black mothers that were used in the study have multiple baby daddies, and then the previous study said 46%. We can damn near just we can just shoot. We can just call it. We can say over 50% and still be accurate. So the point of this video was to show that we're misusing data, but he just misused data. And when you dig deeper into the data that we talk about and what it says, it actually gets more precise and more accurate. And what's wrong with men talking about that? What's wrong with the man who falls in that category of, the majority of black men that don't have kids? What's wrong with him talking about the dating and mating market out there of black women? What's wrong with that?
Wedlock. Nonetheless, there's no data collected that serves as a representative sample because the constraints of data and subpopulation estimates vary widely. The 2014 survey of income and program participation was a nationally representative panel study of individuals and households who directly asked a question about whether a person was a multiple partner fertility. It showed that 10% of all U.S. adults fit that classification. Other stats these men throw around demonstrate intellectual laziness. As one of my subscribers pointed out, there are men who believe that the out-of-wedlock birth rate automatically means single motherhood, which ignores cohabitating couples with children in various household arrangements.
Oh, nope. We got the data on that one. Hold up. We got the data on that one. Shout out to SKC. Hopefully y'all can see that. Hopefully you all can see that. In the second column, that's black people. The blue is children. It's okay. This is children's living arrangements differ by race and ethnicity. So 36% of black children live in a household with married parents. Right here in the pink, that's 43% live with mother only. In the orange, that's 3.9% live with the dad only. In the green, and by the way, black dads are the highest on that. That's not, that's the smallest sliver in every group, but still. Just want to point out black dads are the highest on that one. And green, 7.5% live with neither parent. But this yellow part right here in the middle, that's the cohabitation rate. And so what this study does is it proves that black people are not cohabitating at a higher rate than other people. I would be happy and put my fist in the air. Yeah, I can see my fist on the side right there. I would be happy and put my fist in the air and be happy and proud of if census did a study and they found that yes, the marital rate among black people are low, but the cohabitation rate was high. Let's just say you look at the amount of white children at 74%, the amount of Hispanic and Latino children at 61% that live in the house with two married parents. Well, let's just say that 36% of black children that live in a house with married parents, and let's just say that yellow sliver right there in the middle, the cohabitation rate for black people was at 30%. I would say, okay, we're raising our families in a productive way. We're just doing it. We're just not going down there signing the legally binding documents. We ain't trying to get the white man involved in it. I would be actually okay with that. I could live with that. But the cohabitation sliver is small as hell, which means that no, children are being raised by the baby mama. And we know that of those baby mamas, those that have two kids, that anywhere between 50 to 60% of them got two different baby daddies. So he's talking about the context matters. He's talking about us misusing stats. I'm sorry, I don't see it. I don't see it. He's supposed to be showing that how badly we are misusing stats. He's failing to do so. CJNBM says multiple baby daddies is going to become the norm in a culture where promiscuity is the law and marriage is undesirable. That is true. That is true. So nah. I'm trying to find the misusing of stats. He said he misusing his masculinity. Yeah, I noticed there's been no personal attacks here, even though I did slightly accuse him being deliberately misleading on some things. All right. Let's go. Where we at?
Pointing out, there are men who believe that the out of wedlock birth rate automatically means single motherhood, which ignores cohabitating couples with children in various household arrangements. There is also a claim that black women are sexually careless and promiscuous because they have higher rates of STD compared to their male counterparts.
Look at the age.
No, the argument is that they're more sexually promiscuous than other women. We've already talked about the data that shows that women have sex more than men, and more of them have babies than men in every group. But what, listen, the study that showed that 1 in 3 men reported one in 3 men between the age of 19 and 29 reported having no sex over the course of over the last year. In that same study, where 33% of men didn't have any sex, it was something along the lines of like 1 in 5 women, something like that. I think it may have been less. I think it may have been like 15% of women reported no sex in the last year. Damn it, I should have that one ready to go. But we do know it's just a brute fact. Women are having more sex than men. There's a noticeably high percentage of men who, yes, they can get sex, but they typically can only get sex in the context of a relationship. No relationship, no sex. There's a smaller percentage of men who just can just show up and with their collar popped and just get women to take their panties off. Smaller percentage of men who got it like that. Most men tend to have to be in a relationship. But the stats when we talk about the STD rates, some people probably talk about it in that context and try to show that the women are more promiscuous than men because of the STD rates. That part is actually not true. Women, because they have an open system, they're going to contract more viruses. And normally, I'll show it. Hold on, I'll show it right here. Here we go. This doesn't talk about race. It just talks about men and women. This is herpes, and I gotta get a better snippet. This is herpes rates in the US among, at the bottom it says 18 to 24-year-olds. You can see 3.4% of men, 11.3% of women. At a glance, that can make you say that, okay, the women are more promiscuous than the men. But even when you get to 25 to 29, see it's 13% to 27, 30 to 34, it's 19 to 34. 35 to 39 is 20 to 41. Women are always going to be double the number of men when it comes to that. They're more susceptible to getting diseases. That part is true. But even when we look at look at the overall population with this one. This is the overall population. You see how it's 10% to 20%. And then even with white people, 15% of the women got it, 7% of the men, about half. And then with black people, here we go. 50% of the women got it, 30% of the men. And even if I did have I didn't have a chart, didn't find a chart that said Hispanic, but their overall rate is it's something like the men are something at like 20 and the women are around 10. That part is true across the board. The men in a group are going to have less STDs than the women. Now, we can attribute some of it to Dirty Dick Rodney going around just handing out herpes like candy on Halloween. That happens. We can charge up Dirty Dick Rodney. We can. But overall, if somebody is arguing that the women are far more promiscuous than men and that's why their rates are higher, we know that they're having more sex, but we also know that they have an open system, which makes them more susceptible to diseases. But I see people just talking about more when they talk about the high herpes rates of black women. A black man who's a non-herpes carrying man should be cautious of that stat. And there are plenty of things you can shame a man for, but you cannot shame a man for pointing out that 50% of this group of women has herpes. Now, if he got herpes his damn self, then no. He don't get to talk shit. But if you're a man who's taking care of yourself and you don't got herpes, yes, that 50% herpes rate is scary as fuck. And you should speak out against. You should say something about it. If you got a media platform, you should point out that that's at least bad. Now, this has been a data-driven show, but so I don't want to really dig into the mind and the motivation, but to me, it's just something sinister about somebody who's trying to downplay that or shame men who don't have herpes. They shouldn't be speaking to the stats. Like, and keep in mind, like, there's a lot. I'm okay with, like, there are some things that men have to do. Sometimes men have to fall on a sword. Okay. And I've debated some people on this, and I get some criticism of this. Not really, but black families matter. I say that all the time. And in this current market, in this current dating scene, it's difficult. It's difficult. A man who wants a family, yeah, he got to he got to be on point in terms of trying to, figure out whether or not he's with that right woman. But it's important. It's important that family is important because it takes men to raise men. We know that. We understand that. And I got married. I fell on that sword. I dove on that grenade at 19 before I realized that it was even a grenade. So I did that. And then the divorce happened 13 years later. I made sure I got custody of my kids. I got my sons. They're going into trades. The type of black men that we need, I'm doing my part to shout out to Obsidian. It starts at home. I'm doing my part. I'm to build it up, to build it from within, to make sure that I produce some black men who operate like the type of black men that we want to see. I'm doing my part on that. So even though I understand brothers saying, and I'm not getting married in this shit, I respect it. The brothers who, in the name of raising children to grow up to be the right way, that they to fall on that sword, to dive on that grenade. I get it. I get it. But we ain't supposed to be falling on the sword with some goddamn herpes. Like, no. like you can't come at men for criticizing a man without herpes, for criticizing that high herpes rate, and try to say, oh, they're misusing stats, or they're this, or they're that. I'm like, no. They're supposed to speak up and say that shit is horrible. Want men to lead? Well, damn. Or do you want men to lead, or you want men to sweep shit under the rug? So how could any criticism come from somebody not wanting to fall on that sword? Anyway, I just went on my rant before I even played what he had to say. My bad. That's happened twice already in the stream.
He's right. There's a lot of sisters who went for those guys, the so-called thug dudes come home from jail. They were in there dealing with men, and they come out with the germ, and that's why the AIDS rate is so high.
When you find out that a man likes men, you already know his chances of giving you HIV or AIDS is astronomically high.
But the reality.
Shut up. Shout out to Fantastic. Fantastic be going in.
It's astronomically high.
But the reality is that women of all races and ethnicities have higher STD rates than their male counterparts because of anatomical differences.
That's essentially what I said. I went and elaborated on that point before he made the point. I got ahead of myself. But yeah, that's the point that he made. Me and him are in agreement on that. There are anatomical differences. And women are always going to have a higher rate than men. But the man who has a clean bill of health should side eye the group if the women are at a 50% rate with a disease you can't get rid of, with an STD that you can't get rid of, especially if they're not one of the ones that, even if men that have the similar skin tone as them are also at a high rate in helping to spread it around. The man who does not have it has every right to side eye and criticize it. And as much as I talk about black families, I can't knock a man who says, I'm going to deal with the group of women that has a 10% rate as opposed to a 40 to 50% rate. I can't criticize that. Like, come on. But he wants y'all to fall on the herpes sword, apparently. Okay, I don't know.
Additionally, the CDC largely pulls data from low-income African Americans, a group less likely to have knowledge and access to contraceptives. So it's
okay. He said the CDC usually pulls data from low-income women, those who are less likely to have knowledge or access to contraception. Less likely to have knowledge, yes, even though the knowledge is available for them to get, but access, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Condoms are free. Every time that I went to get tested, they tried to make me leave with some condoms. All right, I was like, no, I got my own stash. I'm good. Condoms are free. You can just walk in there and just grab some condoms. You got access. There's no excuse for that. You have access. Access is not an issue. Access is not an issue. Now, knowledge, that is a problem, but you can't call that an access issue. You can't blame the fact that they're poor the reason they don't have knowledge, because they do have a cell phone. They can information is at our fingertips. Now, if he's saying that the CDC uses poor people to gather their stats and therefore the stats are skewed, I would love to see that used across the board. I would love to see that argument used across the board. Now, in preparing for this video, I did take the time to just read on how the CDC gets their stats, and the method is pretty tough, pretty stringent. They go through a lot to make sure that they're as accurate as possible. So no matter how you slice it, no matter how you smack it or flip it or rub it down, the numbers that we get from the CDC, the numbers that we get from census, that is the best numbers we can possibly get. The best numbers that we could that's out there. Now, could it be off a little bit? Could it sway a little bit that way or a little bit that way? Yes. If a stat puts something at 40%, you know, the actual stat may be 36.3, or the actual stat maybe 42.7. But if it's at 40%, they're like, it's like, come on. To try to say that that it's not legit for whatever reason, that just doesn't work. That just doesn't work. Most of the stats that come from the CDC, now, a privately done study, we do have to side-eye those. We do have to side-eye some privately done studies, and even some self-reported studies, because some people may not even want to incriminate themselves in a study. Like there are certain things that we got to side-eye or take with a grain of salt. I get that. But most of the stuff, when we're talking about census and the CDC, like it's their job to be as close to accurate as possible. And with all the liberal agenda out here, I'm quite sure they would love to sweep under the rug some stats that make black women look bad. But when it comes to black men and black women, they don't sweep them stats under the rug. So unless you're just going to say, I don't believe stats, or stats ain't facts, to quote somebody on this show, or somebody on this show said, if you have to actually do the study yourself in order to know if it's accurate. As if you have the best tools to do that study properly. Shout out to Nagone, says privately done studies are done to produce a narrative. Absolutely.
Accurate, but not truly a representative sample. And of course, they conflate percentages reported by the CDC with the collective of all black women.
Then, well, I'm gonna tell you something else. They don't realize they have a 50% herpes rate. That eliminates a big amount of them from getting married. I'm not marrying no herpes.
And how could I conclude this video without mentioning their favorite statistic to go to, the obesity rate?
When 4 out of 5 of our sisters are overweight,
it's common knowledge that the BMI chart has numerous flaws, one being that it measures people on European standards and it doesn't take into account body fat.
It measures people on European standards, yet the majority of them are overweight by their standard. So if it's supposed to be their standard that's favorable to them, but the majority of them are not meeting their own standard, that I don't think you can really make an argument, or you can't even make a case that is that much difference between one race to another. There are subtle differences, and there are subtle differences that matter, that show up. That much is true. But the European standard thing, that's nonsense. I'm sorry, that's nonsense, because most women in America don't meet the standard. So to say that it's the European standard, no, it's a healthy standard. They know what a healthy weight is. Now, are there, okay, I'm going to play it out before I get deep into my rebuttal. But he's saying we're misusing the stat. And it's so funny that he says we misuse that stat, but no black men debate over this stuff more than anybody. because we like some thickness. So I mean, so that's anyway. I'm about to. I gotta play it before I start talking.
And muscle. Black women, on average, have more genders, and it doesn't take into account body fat and muscle. Black women, on average, have more body mass than white women.
If every black woman was walking around like that, he would have a point. And this is where the nonsense starts. Obviously, there are certain types of thick booty models or Instagram models, and also actual NFL linebackers that got a lot of muscle who aren't going to fall into the category, or just a regular dude who works out a lot and builds a lot of muscles, or a chick who got a slim waist, flat stomach, but got a lot of ass and she's some thick thighs and some big titties. We know that she's going to tip the scale. And as I said from the start, yes, even that woman in the right-hand corner of the screen, I'll make that a little bigger. Even that woman in the right-hand corner of the screen, yes, she's going to fall in the category of being, of probably technically being overweight according to the BMI. But as I said in the beginning, just because you contribute to the stat, it does not mean you contribute to the fuckery. But the stats do not get that high unless it's a lot of fuckery. So you can't try to use the exceptions that fall within the stat, but that they're not part of the problem. Everybody can objectively agree that this woman is not part of the problem. But if you can't get jiggy with her, that's just your personal preference or cup of tea. Somebody is pointing out a BBL. That's a Brazilian butt lift. Okay. Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing. Sorry if I've been missing super chats because a lot of times I haven't had the actual StreamYard screen up because I've been looking at the actual videos that I'm playing. I apologize if I'm missing any super chats. I don't think I missed that many of them though. She said, if you go to any black country, you won't see large percentage of black women obese. This is a first world problem. No such thing as a Euro standard. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. There's subtle differences, but they ain't making that much of a difference. That's not a natural body. She's had work done. That's a strong possibility. See, there's some women who got there's some women that got bodies similar to that. There's a such thing as black women with small waists and wide hips and fat asses. I mean, my woman she hasn't had any surgery. That I know for a fact. She got a small waist and some wide hips and a fat ass. I mean, so it's a thing. It's a thing that exists and it does tip the scale. I get that. And I get that they're going to have a higher percentage of overweight. I'm going to show with the data, because this is we doing this very data driven today. I'm going to show with the data exactly what the problem is. It's not necessarily the overweight part. It's the obesity part. That's where the problem is. But black men, we give a lot of ground and a lot of leeway when it comes to some thickness. We do. And men have argued and went to war fighting against, just saying a woman, because she doesn't fall in the body mass index chart on the healthy weight part of it, therefore she's fat. Men have fought against that. I fought against that. I've pointed out that Buffy the Body, at the peak of her powers, she I think she tipped that body mass index scale, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Let me real quick. Hold on, real quick. I'm about to see if Buffy the Body fell in the category. Hold on. Hold up. Let me make sure I get her. Okay, she's 5'7". That's what I thought. I was wanting to make sure. BMI calculator. All right, here we go. A 5'7" woman. Give me a second. 5'7". To my knowledge, she weighed 165 at the peak of her powers. And that put her just barely overweight. If you get over a 25 BMI, you are overweight. Buffy the Body, at the peak of her powers, when she's on the cover of every magazine with that small waist and that fat ass, she was 0.8 over. She's at 28.5, and to be overweight, you got to be over a 25 BMI. So even Buffy the Body, at the peak of her powers, fell into the overweight category. So there is a point there that black men will stand in and raise our shields for Sparta. For that, when we messing with small waist and fat ass, we with it. We are with it. So we understand that point. Trust me, we do. But I'm going to show in the data where the problem is. So just give me a second.
Overall, it's a flawed measurement. Literally, The Rock is considered obese by the BMI chart. I'm classified as obese, and even when I was thinner, the BMI chart.
I really wish he would have said his height and weight right there, because I refuse to believe that that is an overweight man, unless he hiding a lot of gut in that picture. That doesn't look like if he's like no, I don't buy that one. I think he's reaching and trying hard. I think he's reaching and trying pretty hard. I can't prove that he's lying, but I don't believe that right there would fall into overweight. But I do know it's easy to get in the category of what's considered overweight, especially for men with muscle, or for women with big asses and some titties. That it's easy to tip over into there. But he don't look like he got a whole lot of muscle. So he just looks like normal size. And most normal size men fall into the category. You know, a 6 foot tall man has the leeway to be, I believe, 185. Yeah. So if you're 6 feet tall, you need to be about 180 to not be considered overweight. So if you're 6 feet tall, you're 180 or 183 or something like that, and you pack on some muscle and you're walking around 6 foot 200 pounds, yes, you are considered overweight. But it's different for men when men pack on that muscle. It's different for men when men pack on the muscle. But overall, we understand it and we get it. We understand it and we get it. We get that you could be in the percentage but not be fat. But I'm going to show in the data where the problem, where the non-negotiable part of the problem becomes. I can reach across the aisle and say that, yeah, a woman that got some titties and ass, that's one thing. We understand that she's probably going to tip over into the overweight portion. We understand that a man who's bulky and has a lot of muscle, he's going to get over in the overweight portion.
Chart still consider me overweight. And why are people ignoring the fact that according to the CDC numbers, black men aren't far behind black women, with 70% classified as obese and overweight? But
that was a spin. Shout out to Dr. Thunder and Ike. I don't know why he got y'all on there, man. Like y'all don't deserve that. Y'all don't deserve that. Two upstanding gentlemen. He don't need to be dragging y'all into this effery. He really don't. But anyway. I'm about to show with the data how I just want to play that again so y'all can see. Like this was, I have to say, this was a misleading tactic. Either it was an honest mistake. It's a forgivable mistake if it was on a live stream, but in a pre-recorded video, I do believe this has to be on purpose. What he just did right here.
Or in the fact that according to the CDC numbers, consider me overweight. And why are people ignoring the fact that according to the CDC numbers, black men aren't far behind black women, with 70% classified as obese and overweight?
Okay. The problem isn't, as I'm going to show, the problem isn't that 70%. Okay. Black women, Okay, black women are at 80% overweight or obese. Black men are at 70% overweight or obese. That much is true. That much is true. But see, here is the difference. And this came up on my show when I was going at it with Paco the Pillow Biter. Shout out to Lil Big Nate for calling. That was just evil for Lil Big Nate to call him that. Oh shit! Hold on, I'm doing it wrong. Hold on, let me get that back. Wait a second. I think this should be right. All right. It's not. Okay, right here we say we got this is this is the overweight or obese portion of it. This is the overweight or obese portion of it. All right. Now, yes, non-Hispanic black men 70%. All right. Non-Hispanic black women 80%. And then when you look at non-Hispanic white, the men are at 75, the women are at 64. That's enough right there for you to say, wait a minute, this overweight thing is just part of the condition of being American. I told y'all I dated a chick that was from Germany. She said when she would come over here for a month, she would just eating the food over here. She'd gain weight, and had to go back and try to lose it. But you could say that once you get in that 70 range, that you're that's part of the condition of being an American. I mean, that's not a condition. I mean, you can just choose not to eat that damn much. But everybody's slipping. You can make that case here that everybody's slipping. I don't see Hispanic people on there. I thought Hispanic people was on there. But okay. Now here's the deal. This is where it really matters and it makes a difference. And we can't argue thickness when it comes to that 56%. That 56% obese. Being thick, or like the woman he showed in the picture, or like an Instagram model with a flat stomach with a little bit more ass and a little bit more titties, that can be argued. You could definitely argue that. But when it comes to the obese, that 50%, 56% obese, that part is non-negotiable. You can't chalk that up to thick. You can chalk this up over here. But the reason I said that he had to be deliberately misleading on that, because he knows that the issue isn't just the 80% overweight or obese. I mean, yeah, the overweight is some wiggle room in there. There's no wiggle room with obesity. And they're obese at a significantly higher rate than everybody else, which means you can't just chalk it up to just good old thickness that we like. That is something different right there when you're talking about the obesity rate. So even when I'm, being fair and balanced, I could reach across the aisle and say that, okay, black men, who I think it's easier for men to pack on muscle in way more than women, than what it is for women to just pack on weight. That's just weight. That's just fat. But I can reach across the aisle, because even if you look at Hispanic and Latino men, they're in the 70s when it comes to the overweight thing. Just like our white men right here, as you can see, are at 75 when it comes to being overweight. So when black men use that stat, and then he tries to say that, well, black men, based off the CDC, black men are no different because they're at 70 to 80% overweight or obese. That's ignoring the glaring problem where there's clearly a difference. And to ignore that and try to make it seem as if we're just talking about the area where most people fall in, and that could speak to a flaw in how we eat or a flaw in the BMI, but I think it's more so just a flaw in how we eat in America. He can make the case that everybody is eating like that, but this 56% compared to everybody else being in the 30s shows that it's significantly more. It shows that black men are on par with everybody else, with the rest of the general public, and black women are not. And you can't chalk that up. You can't just chalk that up to just a difference in how their body fat is distributed. I'm willing to reach across the aisle and chalk this 80 compared to, not really, this 80 compared to 64 up to that. That's reaching way across the aisle. That's reaching way across the aisle. That's 70 to 80 compared to black men and black women. You know, because look at white people. The men are overweight at a 10% rate. Look, their men weigh more than the women. Their men are 10% at 10 percentage points overweight more than the women. Black people, the women are at a 10 percentage point rate overweight more than the men. But when it comes to the obesity, it is nothing to discuss, nothing to debate. Game over. So to exclude that from his closing statement, I have to believe it was on purpose. I don't want to accuse the man of just being willfully misleading. I don't want to do that. There's an era of omission. He probably just omitted a detail. Probably slipped his mind. It probably slipped his mind. Possibly. It possibly slipped his mind. But anybody who tries to make that point, that, oh, black women are just as overweight as black women, they're ignoring the two different categories of stats. The overweight and obesity lumped together puts black men at 70%, puts black women at 80%. The obesity rate by itself, that obesity rate is so high, it really shouldn't be lumped in. It's almost at 60%. You surely shouldn't lump it in with the overweight women. Take the overweight women off the table and just deal with the obese ones. We can reach, if we reach even down that far across the aisle, we still have a problem that black men should be pointing out. All right. I'll back it up a little bit.
It's a flawed measurement. Literally, The Rock is considered obese by the BMI chart. I'm classified as obese, and even when I was thinner, the BMI chart still considered me overweight. And why are people ignoring the fact that according to the CDC numbers, black men aren't far behind black women, with 70% classified as obese and overweight? Black women, with 70% classified as obese and overweight. Thinner, the BMI chart still considered me overweight. And why are people ignoring the fact that according to the CDC numbers, black men aren't far behind?
He showed a clinically overweight, damn near dead, I should say dying man at 639 pounds and saying black men are not that far with the overweight. This guy ain't overweight. He's obese. And black women's obesity rate, they ain't all this bad. But black women are not overweight. They're obese. All right. They're obese at 56%. So it's almost like you can't even talk about obesity and overweight almost together. They're categorically two different things. The category, well, okay, that might be okay. I'm gonna pump the brakes on that one. Yeah, morbidly obese. He's morbidly obese. Shout out to Evie now. But don't try to lump that in with overweight. It seems like he did that to try to obscure the obesity stat and just tried to use the overweight stat. But no. But again, the whole point and the moral of this is just the context matters. He's not proving context. In the context that he did try to prove in here, black men have went to war against other black men arguing against just using a strict bare bones look at the BMI. And you got, because you do, I even said it, you got to see the person. You asked me ideal height and weight. Now I got to see the person. I got to see how it all lays out.
Black women, with 70% classified as obese and overweight. But I'm sure the manosphere will acknowledge the nuance in that stat, but not for black women.
That was incorrect. Black men always acknowledge the nuance in the stats, but there's no nuance. There's no nuance in that 56% obesity rate. There's some nuance in the overweight rate. Some nuance there. And we debate that nuance all the time. But there's no nuance with obesity.
Overall, throwing around these stats don't help the image of either black men or women. There is a difference between citing a problem and seeking solutions, and just citing a problem and using it as a way to cast a dark shadow over an entire population.
Now he can't say that. That's funny. He got me on the jumbotron. Now it's funny that he say that, and I've said this before. He said citing a stat, it's nothing solution based in it. You're just citing the stat to try to cast a dark shadow over an entire group of people. This individual finds a lot of comfort in chat rooms that do the same thing, or channels that do the same thing towards black men, where he's in there laughing and joking and he-heeing and haw-hawing and when they say something about a certain individual or a certain group, he's in there, I mean, he's in the wigged one, the axis of evil over there. Y'all know the people. I know the usual suspects. I don't got to say all their names. I've seen him plenty of times in their chat room where some of the worst things imaginable are being said, and he's perfectly comfortable in those environments. He's perfectly so again, like, if you're talking about a gender war, you don't get to pick a side in a war, but then turn around and talk about the gender war as if it's a problem when you've clearly picked a side. When you can make content about black men, and in places where the most hateful things are said about black men, you're comfortable there and chatting and having a good time over there. So I don't think you get to be as I'm a critical observer analyzing this from a far back, and I see this as a problem. I don't think you get to have that tone when you've clearly chosen a side in the gender war. Like, I don't think you get to have that tone. Because I don't want to even go as far as is a particular show. It was a particular show where an individual brought on a white man to hold hands with her and take a crap on black men. Never mind that the type of black men that they were taking a crap on are the type of black men that we said, in the sphere that, yeah, black women need to not mess with these type of men. And that same individual turned around and said, no, this is the warrior class. And that's a whole nother story. But anyway, her and the white guy sitting there taking a crap on black men, and he's just happy-go-lucky in the chat room over there. But then he's speaking almost from a place of moral indignation. Speaking almost from a place of moral indignation. Okay, I won't say that's a little reach. He's speaking from a place of this is wrong and it shouldn't be done. But then has actions and behaviors and in cahoots with people that suggest that he's okay with it. That as long as it's coming from the other side. That is worth being pointed out.
Unfortunately, the manosphere engages in the latter in a dubious effort to uplift black men's image.
Right. I think that's it. I am 2 hours and 19 minutes in. And yeah, spent a lot of time going through. I didn't see anything in there where he pointed out, explained, or did anything or said anything that really changes the dialogue, where, man, the stats are wrong, or the context that he put on it. Oh, now that we see this newfound context, that changes things, and that changes how we should discuss these stats and how we should view these stats and how we should look at this and how we should look at that. No, I'm not seeing that. I didn't see that. What he does is a lot of what I was talking about when I mentioned my time when I used to sell cars, how they taught you aim, acknowledge, ignore, and move on. Well, let me shout out some cash apps real quick. Let me shout out some cash apps really quick. Mr. C, I told you to shout yourself out in the chat. I must have missed it if you did, because I don't know who you are. But I know you always come through and send like a $40 cash app periodically here and there. Oh, no, that doesn't give me an answer. But shout out to you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. D-Rock Den with the $5 cash app as usual. And Mr. D's with the $2 super chat. And he says, play that jam, big homie. Will do. Give me 1 second.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
The uneducated lame says, dude is caping for women that most of them would not date him. I really don't care about whether or not they would date him. I mean, you may be right, but that ain't what I'm on. That ain't what I'm on. Shout out to you. Appreciate the $5 super chat. But no, when I mentioned aim, acknowledge, ignore, then move on, he does that a lot. He does that an awful lot. When I sold cars, and I've told this story before, they teach you, if somebody walks in and let's just say the sign says, you can lease, this was back in 2010, you can lease a 2010 Nissan Altima for $229 a month. The catch is I don't know, $3,000 or $4,000 down due at signing. That's the catch. But somebody would be, a little quick on the uptake, and they would come in like, hey, how much do I have to pay? How much do I have to put down in order to lease this car for $229? Now, if you just say $4,000, he may say, no, I don't got $4,000. I don't want to pay $4,000 down just to lease a car. So then that way he'll leave and you lose the sale. So the idea was to acknowledge his question, but ignore his question and move on. And say something of the lines of, well, that would vary on a number of things. It would factor into, your interest rate, which is definitely tied to your credit score, and a number of different factors, and blah 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 blah. What type of features do you are you interested in the vehicle? And then you get them to talk about features. Oh, well, we got the exact kind of car and features and blah 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 that you want. Let's take a look at this car. And then you get him inside a car, and now he's sitting in the car, and now he's smelling the leather, and he's taking a test drive, and now he's getting emotionally attached to the car, and then he doesn't even realize that his question never got answered. It was a hard, concrete answer to his question that it didn't get answered. I just moved him right along. Now, I hated doing that because I just felt like I was being misleading and manipulative, and I wasn't really good at it. So, but that's what they kind of teach you. And a lot of the times you don't even realize it. And I don't know if he does it on purpose, but with a lot of exposed to manospheres videos, he'll do what he did in this video. He does it a lot. He'll touch on something. He'll bring it up. He'll acknowledge it. He will say a lot of different stuff about it. Like, for example, the multi-partner fertility rate that was at 46% by one study, 59% by another study. He did that very same thing. If you go back and watch the tape, he brought it up. Then he brought up the multi-partner fertility rate. He said there was a study where they sourced the information from women that was in a birth cohort of 1999 to 2000. And then after he mentioned that, he went on and said that, let's keep in mind, he didn't refute it, didn't debunk it. He just mentioned it. And then he said, and it's not a new phenomenon when there's war, famine, or extreme situations. Multi-partner fertility rate is a thing that has been going on for a while. And then he just moved right along and talked about how it's possible that somebody could be, married twice or don't know how the families are structured or this or that. And I'm like, wait a minute. You didn't explain what was wrong with the stat or how we know that the stat is wrong or what makes it incorrect. You didn't explain anything. You just acknowledge that we talk about it. You acknowledge that there's a study, and then he just gave a lot of information somewhat related to it and then just moved on and got us on the scent of talking about family housing situations. It's like, and he does that all the time. He just speeds right. He'll mention something and then just speed right past it. Now I'll try to give him a pass on that because let's just face it, he's doing 10-minute videos. So I understand. You got a lot of information to try to get out there, but the information that you came in to address, it really doesn't get addressed at all. Shout out to brother Xavier and shout out to SKC. At the end of it all, his argument is all people do it. Yeah. Yes, a lot of that going on. And he does a lot of that, but as far as actually refuting the things that we say in this space, doesn't exactly do it. Now, there are some videos where, like I always say, there are chat room and panel people who throw out things that's not quite, They could have been a little more thorough in their pursuit. Like, that's a thing. Like, that happens. Like, we know that. We get that. And it's easy to refute that. But as far as just overall, I don't see where in this video, and I thoroughly went through it, and I read all the articles in the, because he dropped a lot of links for the stuff that he was citing and talking about. I read through it, and no, I don't see where he added any context to the stats that made them better, or how he proved that we are misusing stats. I don't see that at all. Not even almost. And the link is in the chat. That is my conclusion. I plan on wrapping up at 3 hours a day unless things get real. Yeah, autocorrect killed you, SKC. You lost the battle to autocorrect. But the link is in the chat. I was thinking it was a possibility that if this thing went on, if I ended up going in on that video for 3 hours, I was going to shut it down. No panel. So I didn't necessarily want a panel today, but I guess we're gonna do one. I guess we're gonna do one. The link is in the chat. But before, where is that at? Before I formally bring people up, I see people filing on in there. Okay, oh yeah, we got a good panel coming up today. But before we get going with that, we gotta hear a brief word. Where is it? Wait for it. Today's show is brought to you by the Division 6 comic book, created and produced by Michael Varner and executive producer Theodore Young. Division 6 is a James Bond meets Mission Impossible-like geopolitical thriller. The protagonist is Seth Banks, an African-American male genius in cryptology and economics that secretly works for a rogue organization of the CIA called Division 6. Be sure to click the link in the chat room or in the video description to view the comic book. New chapters are added bi-weekly. All right. Welcome to the show. We got Edward Anderson, Brother Xavier, and before the billions, I love that name. And Pablo Fresco Bar in the building, but we're going to start out passing the mic to Edward Anderson. Like I said before, I got some new Patreons that I got to shout out. Got some new Patreons that I got to shout out. I will be doing that as other people are talking. I could actually type your name out and get it in lights. But shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button. Let's get this party started. Go ahead, Edward Anderson. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? What's up, Prophet? What's up, Pablo? What's up, Bernard? Yeah, I'm actually just gonna say this and bounce out. So I'm glad you jumped to me first. So everybody in the chat can kind of be like, hold their horses. But anyway, as far as this, man, here's the thing. I'm glad you did this. I'm glad he did this, because the truth is, I think we do need to do a better job at really rail gunning the stats, where we get them, why we say them, where they come from, and really start hammering that. And I've been listening to a lot of, they call it, well, you know what? I won't even say that. I've been listening to a lot of, Pocket Watch with JT, and there's a certain type of channel that he does that he belongs to. It's actually a certain niche. And I'm really going to start digging into looking for people that they have statistics and stuff that mislead stuff about black men, or they're misleading. And then we give our counter facts, and then where we got them from, the context and all of that, because there's a lot of people that they care more about narratives than they care about the facts. So they want to believe what he's saying is true, because they want to believe the narratives, because the narrative is how a lot of black people cope with their reality. Yeah. So when you start, so they'll sit there and say, on the surface, they'll say that, it doesn't make sense. Like, take the BMI, for example. They act like there's no such thing as a body fat percentage. And I'm going to say this, I'm not going to go through each one. I'll just stick to the weight thing. The reality of the situation is, I'm going to keep it real simple. The average black woman weighs more than an average black man at the given height. And so, F the stats. Tell me why that is. And that's all. You got to keep it simple. And as far as what you said, too, as far as he always likes to skate past stuff, that's how you know that's why he doesn't like to debate in real time, because you can't do that. Because when somebody has a point, you're going to have to address the point. It's going to be a choke point. You're not going to be able to just talk your way through it. And usually what a lot of people will do on panels, when they don't want to really do that, what they'll do is they'll flip the table. They'll try to create an argument. They'll try to start hollering, yelling, and then say, well, the manosphere is very hostile, and that's why I don't want to talk. But they always avoid the guys that are not known for that. You know why? Because they know they're not going to be able to get away with that. But I'll leave it at that. I'm sure all y'all got something to say, and y'all can definitely represent. So appreciate it.
All right. Yeah. Appreciate you coming through, Ed. Shout out to Brother Xavier in the building. And wait, hold on.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your minds.
Shout out to Brother Xavier.
I'm really starting to get used to you doing that, Brother Bernard. But peace, Brother Bernard. Peace, Brother Pablo. Peace, Brother Before the Billions. Let me start here with this guy, because you know me, Brother Bernard. There's not many people on YouTube that I say I don't like. This dude here, I do not like. For multiple reasons. Number one, he takes a lot of my clips and uses them out of context. He's taken a lot of my stuff and used it out of context. Let's start there. Number two, when this dude made the so-called quote-unquote list about all of us, I went to this dude. I wrote him. I said, look, you got a lot of strong views about brothers over there. I said, I do a lot of debates. I said, and everybody comes through. You can come through and you can defend your positions. And you know what he said, right? Oh, I can't come over there. You guys curse too much. Oh, it's too hostile. It'll be a waste of time. You know, all this kind of nonsense. But he goes in talking about these things. And like you said, he takes a lot of these things out of context. And he does it a lot. And you know what this is, all right, when it comes to this guy. All he is he's just another person who defends the black dysfunctional pathology, but he does it under the guise of, he's breaking it down. He's this academic, the guys over here are too unintelligent, to be talking about this kind of stuff because they're not an academic like me. All this kind of nonsense. That's all it is, man.
Teapot,
That's all this is.
Teapot, I'm about to attack his academic rigor, but you go ahead because I got the back.
He comes under the guise of academia, right? And you notice how when he runs the stats, like you said, he goes right past things after acknowledging said things, and he does that all the time. Now, me personally, I don't really care what he says, because if I did, I would have flagged his ass a long time ago, because he's used a lot of my stuff. A lot of my stuff he's used. But I don't play the flagging game. I will tell him this, because I know he's out there. I know your black ass out there watching, boy. If you're going to use my stuff, and if you're going to critique me and my stuff, at least tell the truth. All right? I don't mind being criticized. I don't mind being critiqued, but at least tell the truth. That's all I ask if you're going to talk about me, Negro, coward, Negro. How about that? Record this. Screenshot this. All right?
All right.
Go ahead. My bad.
No, you good. Before we go to Pablo, we got a shout out to Trendsetter TV 84, formerly known, still known. I'm not formerly known, still known as Solo TV 84, just going by a different name. Shout out to Solo TV 84 in the building. Don DeMarco. I had to add the Don DeMarco on there. But shout out to Solo in the building. He said AF, that is Exposing Manosphere. His real initials is AF. I mean, he put his government name out there. So there's no doxing takes place here. Whenever y'all heard me refer to him as Aaron Fountain, he put it out there. Just to let y'all know it. I don't do the doxing thing. But he's AF is a simp who started his channel so he could funnel black women coaching. I don't know, man. I don't know. I try to stay off of people's motives and try to look at is what they're saying accurate or inaccurate. Are they making sense or not making sense? But I'm gonna leave that one alone. I try to stay off of that one. But noticed his sweet Negro post selfies. Notice this sweet Negro post selfies of his gonzo nose. Shout out to Solo in the building. Solo, stay applying pressure on that one. And shout out to Solo back in the building once. And real quick, last time I was looking at Solo's channel, he had an interview with some ladies. Like, look, Solo, you can low key do what Fresh and Fit doing. Like you already got the structure and the apparatus in place, and you know how to summon in the ladies too. So yeah, you definitely can do what they doing and take off the way that they taking off. I just wanted to throw that out there, that the same thing that they doing, man. When I looked at you and you had your interview going you had 3 women in there talking to him, I was like, oh yeah, he could definitely pull that off. So man, I'm looking out from big things coming from Solo in the future, and you're doing yourself a disservice if you ain't already subscribed. You better be already subscribed to Solo TV 84 or Trendsetter TV 84. But dude be posting selfies thinking he's a pretty boy on some Calvin Klein piff just to get black woman validation. He is simp and a delusional sucker. Shout out. Appreciate you coming through. And you dropped a comment. You ain't super chat this one. You said he exposed himself on C Boogie talking about the Snow Bunny wasn't feeling him. He used to lie and say he had a girl, but he a loser. I peeped that when he made a video of his dusty apartment. Solo be going in, but shout out to Solo. Shout out to Angel Martin in the building with the super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody coming through supporting the stream. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to all of y'all. Go ahead, Pablo. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, man. So, Brother X made brought up a good point in that it bothers me when formally educated men claim academic rigor and then fall short of its tenets. Because being a PhD student, he should know the only way to discredit current research is to A, debunk the methodology as faulty, meaning either you didn't sample enough people, or the people you sampled were biased in some way, or something like that, or it was unethical somehow. Either you involved yourself in the research, or you use children without permission of their parents, or something like that. Or the third way is that you have new research.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have new, more up-to-date research than the research that the other person is bringing up, right? So it's more up to date. He did none of those. He didn't attack the methodologies, right? He didn't attack the ethics of the research, nor did he attack the last thing I just said, nor did he bring up new research. So in the world of academia, that is how you either debunk old research or call it into question as invalid or inaccurate. You can't just say, well, pull on the heartstrings of the numbers and say, oh, well, black women are this and that, and so you can't really call them fat because some of them are really thick, and they carry more body. No, you have to show some new research, some new data. And he showed no new data. And he knows that. He knows it. He just thinks he can put one over on everybody else that might not know that. So I'm done. I'm going to the gym. Enjoy, fellas.
Right on. Good stuff, Pablo. Good stuff. And yeah, like that was one thing a point that I kept stressing is how he would bring up that something was wrong with the data, but he wouldn't really explain what was wrong with it. He would say they don't consider how it was sourced, or they don't look at this, or they don't look at that. Okay, on this particular study, when you did those things and you looked at this, what did you find wrong? Like the study that said that 92% of multiracial children where the dad is black, 92% of them are born out of wedlock. I could tell you precisely where in that study the hard line mistake was, that they basically used all women who was pouring on welfare.
In one particular socioeconomic level. Yeah, you got to spread it out amongst the economic levels and use the data of all the people represented. They used a faulty sample size is what they did.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I watched this video, I was expecting to see him, really go into it like that, but he didn't. It just like he just glossed over it and just kind of like almost did like a little sleight of hand trick. It was like he didn't address anything. But shout out to Solo once again. Says shout out to TPOT, and also shout out to W Alfonso with the $2 super sticker. Appreciate you.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Go ahead before the billions. Thank you for hopping on the panel. You got the floor. You got the mic.
All right, thank you, Bernard. And also thank you for having me on your channel for the first time. I know I've been super chatting you.
Yeah, I was just about to say I wasn't sure if this was your very first time because I'm very familiar with your name. But
yeah, because I've tried to join previously, but this is my first time actually getting up here. But
Okay.
yeah, so I have like a few things I just want to talk about. So I don't know the guy, so I can't really talk about like his like character or anything like that. But one of the things that did stand out to me is that I didn't really like how he brought up like like your channel specifically in one of the slides, and almost to try and like villainize you in some sort of
Mhm.
way for using a lot of these different statistics. And it's not like it's like, oh, Bernard Riley came out and came up with these statistics because he wanted to, to talk bad about black women or black men. But I want to say this because I have a different perspective on things. I am a data engineer, so I work with data and statistics all the time, and I bring that up in my own channel as well. Like I bring up statistics all the time, and also how to actually use that to better not only your life, but also to kind of see, okay, what you should kind of expect. So like just even with the like 80% of black women are either overweight or obese. I mean, like, yeah, he brought up that statistic. It almost sounds like he just doesn't really believe it, right? But also not disproving it and also not giving any solutions on how to make that statistic untrue. Like it would be a different story if he was like, oh, you know what, I know that the statistic says we're 80% overweight or obese, but how about I put out some information about uh, losing weight or doing something in the gym?
Wait,
And
wait, hold on. Let me cut you off because like you just prompted me to think of something very, very important and ironic here,
Mhm.
because they'll say that the manosphere will criticize things, don't offer any solutions. However, the mere fact that he's denying the existence of it puts him more in the category of not offering any solutions. So when you say that there's no solutions in it, how could a group of people solve any problem if their objective is to deny that the problem exists? That's
exactly.
that's really the what really capsulizes the whole problem when some people push back against some of the things that we say in this space, that we're at least properly identifying the problem, and the steps of fixing the problem is rather obvious. If there's a obesity or overweight problem in Black America, the solution, I mean, we know how people get obese. The solution is obvious, staring in the face: stop eating all the damn time. But doing the opposite doing the opposite of what's causing the problem. But anyway, I went on a little rant. Go ahead.
All right.
I cut you off. Go ahead, you got it.
I know it's all right. It's all right. So it also brings up the fact of like myself, right? Like I'm still overweight, but I was myself like 300 pounds. I'm 6 feet, so 300 pounds like 2 years ago.
Mhm.
And I just like, okay, I saw myself and I was like, okay, you know what? This is an actual problem. I need to go ahead and work out. So one day I just ended up starting to run, couldn't run, so I had to walk. And then progressively over time, I was able to kind of get my weight down. So now I go to the gym 5 to 6 days out the week. And I think that that kind of information should be sent out to people like, hey, you know what? Maybe you should join this challenge. Like right now, I'm doing something called the One Up Nutrition Transformation Challenge. And that is going to be like, I believe it's 2 months of just eating right, working out. And it takes your body at least, I'll say at least 4 weeks before it can actually know that you're serious about a diet or changing your habits. So you need at least a month to actually change your habit in order to actually lose this weight. And take it from somebody who actually was able to accomplish losing a lot of weight over like a year. Like I was able to lose like 60 pounds. So, just wanted to bring that up. And also, Dinar, have you ever like put out some of this information as well? Like, oh, you can work off a lot of that weight, like kind of like giving that solution that he didn't actually provide as well.
Well, I'm no expert, and my weight fluctuates. I battle with it. I recently lost 10 pounds, so I talk about it, but I don't speak about it from the perspective of an expert. I just tend to generally understand. Just with me personally,
Mhm.
I talk about it just from the perspective that less carb, no, little to no carbs, and get rid of, for me, getting rid of carbs, sugars, and liquid calories makes all the difference in the world. All the difference in the world. And it's basically just so I talk about it. but I don't like to speak. Yeah, clowning in the chats. SKC said he's 3'4", 893 pounds. Cut it out. But no, I don't speak to it from the perspective of being being an expert. But no, we do talk a lot about keto. Me and game changers on keto. There's a lot of people on keto. Obsidian, I think Obsidian just went vegan over the last 6 months. Ramil is a big one who talks about that all the time. Yeah, Ramil is big on that. He's so there's a lot of people in this space who talk about it who got more expertise than me. So we have done some content on it, and we do put it out there, and we do talk about it. It is an important thing.
Right. And I love that the fact that the manosphere, we talk about various different things, more than just, women, but also making more money, also losing weight, also like living a healthy lifestyle, and also just becoming a better version of yourself. So I think that they need to highlight those kinds of things other than just trying to villainize everybody, like, oh, we only talk about women in a negative way or something like that.
Oh yeah.
When most of us have, been married before, or have girlfriends, a whole bunch of other things that
Right on.
yeah.
Hold the truth hostage. Why don't I like that? I like that name. Hold the truth hostage. He says ETM or TTM. I don't even know what that is. Men upload videos to make what is that? Women. Wow. Really? You put two V's together to make W? Wow. I see what you did there. We can say women. You ain't got to do that. Women feel better. He's expose the manosphere or tracking the manosphere. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Y'all be killing me with all these made up abbreviations, man. Y'all be killing me with that. Doing that with making videos to make women feel better. He's strong, simping, hoping women will pet him like a dog, and one day BJ and HJ. Okay. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I swear I try to stay away from that when y'all be saying that he's doing this just to try to get women. Dudes do be wanting that pat on the head online. They do like that pat on the head from women. That must be obvious. Shout out to Snuggles in the. Go ahead.
No, I said a digital hug.
Yeah. They do like to pat on the head. But Snuggles in the building, he says, is there anybody in this space does a fitness channel that comes on your stream regularly, Bernard? Maybe you can have a one-on-one with them. I've had quite a few people. Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was just about to pass the mic to Ricky Manor in the building. Shout out to you. If I understand it right, I think you said this when I had you on my channel last time, and you had lost a lot of weight. You're sitting there flexing right now, but go ahead. I'm assuming you came up to speak on that.
Yes, 260 pounds in 3 years.
God damn, that's a lot. That's a lot.
The first 100 was easy. The second 160, that was hard because I was actually dealing with having to change my lifestyle. The first 100 is easy. I mean, you can get that done in like 8 months. But that 160 pounds, that was a mother. But yeah, I was going to chime in before I came to work. The only black man that the black women who hate the manosphere listens to is the black preacher.
Uh-oh.
Nobody ever calls out the black preacher. The black preacher and that the bitter black woman goes hand in hand. And you got to think, they even went back hand in hand all the way to the slave plantation. Because think about it, when everybody talk about who was the house Negro, everybody think it was the butler. No, the butler was inside of the house. He wasn't interacting with the slaves. The black preacher was the one who had to go along, get along mentality. The black woman never looked at the black man as anything other than a breeder at best and an on-the-job trainer at worst. She never looked at him as a father or a husband. So we were only, 2-3 generations outside of slavery in 1964. That mentality went nowhere. It didn't escape. So when they did the war on poverty, basically what happened was it just recharged the batteries, and that feminism came in and it just recharged the batteries of, this is what you do as a black woman. You breed the slave class. Now they'll sit back and, where we're free off the plantation. We got the mentality of we're men. We're not boys. We're not niggas. We're not anything else other than men. We try to be men. We strive to be men. They still want to see us as the tool, which is why I don't get along with a lot of these weed-wearing wicked witches.
Yeah, weave wearing wicked witches. You just threw all them W's at them
hijacking
real
hyenas.
fast.
But they'll listen to that black preacher. They won't listen to us though.
Yeah, David Carroll been going in on that one for a while. The relationship between black women and that black preacher. Actually, Kevin Samuels went in quite a bit on that last night as well. But yeah, definitely. Thank you for your commentary. Appreciate you coming back on through after you basically just set the show on fire about a month ago.
Oh yeah,
thank you for coming back on through.
All right, man. I got to get back to work, but hey, thanks for having me on, man. Keep doing what you do, brother.
Yeah, anytime you want to hit that link, come on. Yeah, come on up and hang, man. Come on up and hang. I like your perspective.
Brother Bernard, can I just jump in for a minute, man?
Yeah.
Because this is what people got to understand, man. I mean, we as black people, right? We have these kind of things, and I guess it all comes from, religion. The brother spoke about the black preacher. But when you're talking about the internet, I don't have a problem with the internet because the internet is full of what, right? It's full of perfunctory propaganda and pushback, right? So giving people pushback on what you see as propaganda or perfunctory, I don't have a problem with that. It's just that when people start turning it around and flipping the narrative to suit their own needs is when the problems begin. It sort of reminds me of a verse in the Bible in 1 Timothy. I think it's 1 Timothy 6 something. And you always hear people say the money is the root of all evil. You hear that from a lot of black people, especially your old mammy. She's always talking about how money is the root of all evil. But that particular Bible verse says more than that. It says, for the love of money is the root of all evil. So when you have people taking out these little parts of something and using that to stand on, that's where the problem starts. And this is what we have here with what this brother does. He's pulling out money is the root of all evil, but he's leaving out the part for the love of money is the root of all evil. He's leaving parts out and he's doing it. He's doing it on purpose. He's doing it deliberately. All right. It's not like he's making a mistake because, like I said before, he's under the guise of academia. He's a so-called aspiring PhD. So he should know these things, right? So we know he's doing it deliberately because, once again, I will tell you what he's doing what everybody else who claims to be defending black folks and, sticking up for black people and uplifting black people. What they're really doing, Brother Bernard, is defending black dysfunctional pathology, brother.
Yeah.
That's all.
Good stuff. Shout out to Ricky Manor once again. Says showing love from South Carolina. Shout out to Ricky Manor. Appreciate the super chat. We got a game changer in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got to make. Oh shoot, Dr. Kuhn is in the building, but we got game changer. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
So I just came up to respond to Snuggle's super chat. Basically, yeah, she was asking, do we ever have people on here that can aid in the fitness journey? And whatever happened to the one brother that we had that helped with everybody's fitness? He had a gym called Wayne's Gym.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Wayne's Gym? Because if you want to get fit, Snuggles, you should go to Wayne's Gym. No mask required. So yeah, like what happened to that? That I was just gonna make that suggestion. That was the reason I came up.
That's all you got, man. You just wanted to bring up Wayne's Gym.
Yeah, I just want to suggest if you have a fitness goal, then go to Wayne's Gym.
All right, shout out to Wayne's Gym. He's hasn't been around here lately. But all right, hold the truth hostage in the building. Go ahead, you got the floor, you got the mic. And you are muted. Now you're unmuted. Now we can hear you.
Oh yeah, it was good, man. I had to stop by, and my apologies for the coding. YouTube got me shadow banned, man. I can't even text Mama makes some good recipes without, you know, changing and coding it, man. They alter everything. They won't let
Is
me
that your
post
real
nothing.
voice?
Yeah,
Like,
brother. Yeah.
God
Well,
damn.
Bernard, can we have Before the Billions talk after me, because his voice kind of just overshadows mine ridiculously.
With my deep voice too.
Yeah, like I can't have a deep voice. Prophet of thought, hold the truth. Y'all can't talk right after me. I need Before the Billions to talk after.
Yeah,
me.
brother, hold the truth, man. You need to hit me up, man. It's a lot of voiceover work out there, brother. A lot of it. There's a lot of voiceover work
It
out
sound
there.
like you at like 0.75 speed.
Oh yeah.
Like, you slow down to get like, damn. All right, but go ahead, man. That voice, man. Yeah, you gotta do some voiceover work. But go ahead, you got it.
Man, we search, but to me, man, that guy, man, you spending over. Y'all gotta understand, man. He's clipping hours of video. That means he's stalking men over 5 hours a day, man, to clip 5 minutes. And to me, I think what he's doing, he's the perfect example of, those brothers that in the 60s that marched with the black women with the white feminists to just say, "Oh man, we gotta follow the pussy," when you don't even have rights as a man yet. To me, he's the perfect example of that over 50 years bred to be feminized black man, man. When you go against your own gender, your own, sex, just to get a pat on the back, man. To me, that's the weakest type of man. That's the brother that when you were marching, when you were talking and he would push you off, man. To me, that guy's lost, man. And to me, he's the only man. And what's sad, he makes us look bad, is you the only man doing this where you literally stalking other men for hours to just clip videos, man. It's a bad look on us, man.
Yeah. He definitely puts in his time. That's one thing that I don't really even have a full appreciation or understanding for. Yeah, how much time he got to actually listen to put together all
I
of
think
his
he has
clips.
help. I think he has help. I don't think he's doing it all himself. I think he has help. I think people send him stuff because I've seen other channels that have used similar clips that he's using. He definitely has some help out there. I mean, because you think about a brother like Brother Supreme who does work for a lot of us, and he doesn't have time to do all the stuff that he does, and he does most of it by himself. And Brother Supreme does really, really good stuff. This dude, he slaps a lot of stuff together. He has to have some degree of help. He's not doing this all on his own. I know he's not. It's like virtually
Yeah,
impossible.
I'll and as wild as it sounds, I'll vouch for Mr. Fountain on that. He has a lot of people that send him stuff. It's the same thing whenever I do like a satirical video. A lot of times I'm getting, I would say, somewhere between 70 to 85% of all of my clips from stuff that people have sent me.
I see. Well, before we formally go to Dr. Coon, got to go to J Speed OG. What? Bullshit killer. What the hell? All right, go ahead, J Speed. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Good morning there, Mr. Riley. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, we got all the voices on here today, man.
Well, that's where I come from. I mean, I get down. But good morning to all the panelists out there and all the people in the chat room world. What I got from this segment, first thing I would like that, is this the brother that do the basketball video? He got a sport channel?
No.
Okay,
No.
so all right, so I'm gonna throw that out the window. So I just wanted to know that because he sounds just like the brother who do the basketball channel. Only thing I got from the video, I don't know anything about the brother. Then, I mean, I sit down and listen to you going through the video. I think the message I would have got from video without the stats and everything is, okay, we got the problem. Even if you say to yourself, well, everybody do it. We know it's a problem. Where's the solution? Where we go from here? That's what I got from it. If I got anything from that video, I would have to say that he was trying to say, okay, we got the problem. Okay, so where we go from here? Where's the solution? Are we just gonna keep talking about the car can't start up, or we gonna go out there and fix it?
Did you watch the whole video?
No, I just caught the back end. I told you that walked the back end.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, because I don't think too many people would say that. No, he more so what he was doing is just taking the stats that we use in this space and ultimately trying to deflect from it and say that we misuse the stats. But he didn't exactly prove that we misuse the stats. He just jumbled together some word salad. He was
But
basically
Bernard, you did say somebody asked you the question, or somebody made a comment in a super chat or something, and they said something like, well, only thing he's saying is everybody do it, and you shook on that. So that wouldn't be far from what I just said, that if you believe that, then yeah, if everybody do it, where we go from here? I mean, if everybody got a problem as us as a group, where we go from here? How do we fix it? You know what I mean? Do we just keep talking about it, or we put it in direction? I mean, how do we fix it? That's my whole thing. How do we fix any problem that we have in our community? We can talk about it forever. We have to have solutions to go along with it too. And I know you have this understanding of.
You just dropped off. Yes, we talk about solutions all the time, but I think a lot of times when people say we need solutions, they're talking about some big overarching top-down solution, but I think most of the solutions are individual. For example, if I need to lose weight, I need to change my diet. I need to exercise. I think when people say, well, what's the solution? They're trying to figure out how could people in some huge top-down way fix the problem. I remember it was a debate between Mike V and the Hood Conservative, and he was talking about the problem of overweight and obesity in the Black community, and he was saying that in certain areas make like a food stipend or something for, I guess, to get healthy foods or vegetables for at a reduced price or something like that. And it's a cultural thing. People need to make a decision that they're going to eat healthy or not. They're just all the others top down government legislation that's not the solution. So I do think it's more solution in talking about the problem and not denying the problem. And we saw with a lot of the things that he did in the video, he tried to sweep the problem under the rug or deny the existence of the problem. So we're in a place where people are denying that the problem is a problem. So I think
and that was one of my points.
If we're accurately describing the problem, we are already moving to the solution. The solution is easy. It's about getting people on board to just accept that it's a problem and they can do it. Each individual can figure out for themselves how to lose some weight. Each individual can figure out for themselves how. Go ahead.
But no, as a person who first video came into the manosphere to help men how to change certain eating habits and diets, and that's been my journey. That was my journey to coming in, because I don't think a lot of people was talking about health. They were looking at unhealthy weight in a certain kind of way, but I don't think it was a mass of me trying to discover something. This is something I've been doing all my life as far as containing my weight, because everybody in my family was overweight. But you got a lot of other things to go along with. When you have this subject about weight, you have a lot of other things to go along with it. You have parasites in your body, man. You can have parasites in your body that crave things like sugar and a lot of other stuff, regardless of what you might have in your mind. If you don't clean yourself of the parasites, you're going to have a hard task to go with, to try to fix. So that's just one thing. And years eating in the wrong way, that's another thing. To get my family off pork, it was 18 of us. It's only 5 of us now. And the only 5 of us left is the ones who changed their diet. So, I mean, there's a lot of layers that comes in this conversation. I know it's a little off your video, but I'm just saying is, if we think the problem is that big, we got to have special moments where we bring people in. And I know it's not the best conversation to have, especially in these streets sometimes, when you start talking about educational things, or when you start talking about finance, you'll find out your numbers drop off. But if we're here to help, then we just got to we got to be consistent with it. And as for us as men, we got to be consistent with it, and give them that opportunity to turn on or turn off. Yeah, they can go to anybody else's channel and listen and look at that kind of stuff. But if you are here to help men understand their journey, then we got to have special segments where we can come in and give people solutions for some things that they might not even know is happening in their body.
Oh, right on. No, I'm with you on that. That's why we always we always try to slip it in. Like, for example, this show wasn't specifically about weight loss. It just so happened out of the long video that I was analyzing at the tail end of it. They were talking about weight and everything, and then we just segued into having a good discussion about weight loss and the importance of dieting and all of that and eating healthy and whatnot. So you know, we do it. We do a lot of things. I mean, hell,
I know you do it.
Yeah,
but I'm
me
just
and
saying.
Ike had a whole business series that we had going on every Sunday for like 2 months. So yeah, we definitely try to do it and got to work in more of it here and there. But
yeah, well, I think what you did today, Brother Bernard, speaks to this dude's body of work, because this is what he does over there on his channel. This is what he does. He's constantly accusing people over here. And the reason why I'm saying it, because he uses a lot of my shit. All right. He uses a lot of my shit. And he's constantly over there trying to make it seem like we're lying, we're making things up, we're doing this, we're getting the stats wrong. You know, that's his whole body of work. This is what he does on his quote unquote exposing the manosphere channel. All right. So when we talk about this guy, you're not just talking about this particular video that he did. You're talking about his whole body of work. Now, it's his right. It's his right to criticize. It's his right to critique and quote unquote give pushback. But also, it's our right to throw it back in his goddamn face when it's wrong.
Right on.
Well, I can get with that, but I'll just say, in the end, truth always win. Your results always win in the end, regardless of what somebody else is doing. It's probably 1,000, 100,000 people I disagree with on the fucking internet. But you know, when it comes down to it, the truth is go win it over anyway. So you can have all the followers you want to, but when they falling down at the hospital door with a heart attack or a high blood pressure or diabetes, the truth is go win. And so we just have to keep pushing forward with understanding there goes always be people out there who would always take stuff from you and try to flip it and turn it into the burger that they want everybody to eat. But in the end of the day, truth wins.
Right on. Before we go to SKC, shout out to all my new Patreons. I know y'all can see Theo, Jason Leonard, E. Taylor. But the ones that I just added on there, the Mo Show, Rapture Code, Jay Simpson, and H. Nichols. If y'all want me to put that in there differently, let me know, because I didn't want to put government names in there. So I kind of abbreviated some things because it looked like some of y'all had your government name on there. But shout out to everybody new to the Patreon. Somebody just joined today. Actually, the last person on that list, H. Nichols, joined today. So I appreciate you becoming a $10 Patreon. Shout out to everybody in the building that are Patreons. Appreciate each and every one of you. All right, Dr. Kuhn in the building. And who the hell is that on your image? What's going on there? What's why do you have?
I know who it is.
Right. Who the hell is that, SKC?
Oh man, my wife has she likes all these inspirational stuff because she's actually getting ready for a marathon on the 20th of November. She's doing the half. I'm doing the 10K because she's better. She's a better runner than I am, even after having a baby. So, but yeah, that's Emma Coburn. She really likes her. She looks at some of her stuff and tries to mimic. But yeah, man, I didn't have a whole lot. I was just wondering when it comes to Fountain, because be honest, I kind of like having the interlocutor bringing criticism to the manosphere if it's going to be done fairly. You know, I don't have any problem with that. But I just wonder, from his perspective, can you criticize Black women? And what does the manosphere ever get right? You know, he in many occasions he stated that he couldn't have a good faith discussion or conversation with a lot of the guys in it due to people cursing him out or yelling and all this other stuff. But there's been examples. I'll give a quick one of at Obsidian's joint way back in the day. Obsidian talked to Glenn Lowry. So it's like if he can have a discussion with Professor Glenn Lowry, with Jason Riley, with world-renowned what was it, the malignant narcissist, a psychologist, I think his name is what, Sam Vaknin. You can have discussions with people like that, but you can't have it with you. Really? It just seems to me as though he doesn't want to have a good faith discussion. And that in itself shows a lot about who he is and what he wants to really stand on.
Brother Supreme, he's not willing to have a discussion with people who are going to give him multiple areas of pushback. Because a week and a half ago, he was actually on Trey NBD's channel, but he made sure he scurried his ass up off of there before you came, because he know you would have handed his ass to him.
Well, I wasn't trying to get into a back and forth with him. I just had questions, so
questions
I don't know
he's not going to answer. He don't want to answer them. That's why he scurried his ass on up out of there before you got a chance to get up on there.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna say maybe he had to go.
I'm not.
I just feel that it's very odd that you can take so many clips from people all over the manosphere and additional groups or satellite groups, as it were, or connected groups, if you want to put it that way. But you can't find time to have an honest discussion with any of these individuals. And to take it even further, he's even contacted some of the individuals. He passed off it's some lady that wanted to interview some of the big names within the manosphere, SYSBM, other places. He gave her the contact of, hey, if you want to interview these guys, these are their contacts and such and such, but you can't contact these guys to speak with them one-on-one. Really? I mean, it's like, come on. You can refer this woman to these other men saying, hey, you can interview them. You may be able to get an interview from these guys and such, but I'm not going to do it though. But I want to criticize these guys openly over and over and over again.
Bernard, before you read that, see, this is what I'm talking about, misinformation. Now read that $2 super chat you got down there.
Damn. JOG, don't eat raw meat and you won't get parasites.
Now, anybody know anything about health? Know you can get it from contaminated water, bad fruit, or sexual contacts, or anything. See, this is what I'm saying, that we have to make sure. Now, he might have did that innocently because he has a lack of knowledge when it comes down to parasites. So we can't tell people that you can't get parasites just if you don't eat raw meat, you won't get parasites. That's about as far away from the truth as night and day. You know what I mean? Anybody look up parasites, just look it up for yourself right now while you're on this stream. Look it up. Parasite infection. You'll see all the causes and where you can contract.
OG, he just busted Aaron Fountain.
Okay.
I think we should just make that a coin, a phrase of when people just come out the blue with all sorts of wild statements and want to debunk stuff, but they really don't. Yeah, that's an Aaron Fountain.
Well, no,
you just committed an Aaron Fountain.
no, but this is how he would do that. He would take that statement right there. One, he'll do a video called about the manosphere putting out misinformation, and he'll just be talking about the manosphere putting out misinformation. And while he's talking about it, he will just show a clip, not of the audio, but he'll just show just a clip of us sitting right here with that statement up there that everybody disagrees with, but he'll show that statement as an example of misinformation that they put out all the time.
Oh
But
yeah.
he does that. He does stuff like that all the time.
I
But
get
yeah.
you. I get you.
And the other thing that I
propaganda.
would say is a bit disingenuous about the guy is when he brings up things like that, he acts as though none of those things get corrected, particularly
Exactly.
over time.
That's actually a good one on an error fountain right there. That's good. That's good. I see what you did there.
Yeah,
error
because
fountain.
because there's been you've seen it. There's been on a lot of panels where you'll have guys that talking about something, and something will slip up into the conversation, and maybe 15, 20 minutes later, someone else will come in and say, "Okay, whoa, we need to be correct on this because
all the time
that's not exactly as it is." Just like when some people were saying the thing about what's his name. George Floyd putting the gun to the pregnant woman's belly. And then people done the research and they said, no, that's not accurate. It was a woman who had a child. The child was in the house. And, that didn't happen that way. And then people slowly corrected it over time. But again, he will present it as, oh, see, here's another false statement that's being put in the manosphere to degrade, blah, blah, blah. And
exactly. Just like Brother Bernard said, he will have the clip up there with no audio and a damn statement across the clip that everybody vehemently disagrees with, and he'll just have the silent clip playing as if we were up there talking about this particular thing. And a lot of times, and I say this again because he uses a lot of my shit, a lot of times he will take your clip and you're not even discussing what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was just like the clip with Ike and Dr. Thunder. They have nothing to do with that subject whatsoever.
He puts these narratives over your video clips, and on that particular night, you're not even talking about what he's talking about, man.
No,
It's crazy.
he was using my face, just a still image of me talking, and it was the stream. The video that he made that day was called Black Manosphere, or maybe even Black YouTube. I forgot how he worded it. He said, "In their obsession with interracial dating." Now, y'all know me, listen to my content. I'm nowhere near obsessed with that. I give pushback on it if y'all start getting, if I see people getting dogmatic about it. I'm okay with people, having their options and choices and preferences and all of that. But if people get dogmatic about it, I'll start correcting people, or hell, I did at the beginning of this damn show. When somebody started off the show with a statement. The first comment was a statement that didn't make sense, and I had to say something or respond to it. But he multiple times in that stream showed my face, showed a still a video of me talking without the audio while he's talking about people who have this obsession with interracial dating, of which I clearly don't fit in the category of. So it's like, why are you lumping me in with that? But he does that.
Here's another thing real quick, Xavier. Way back when he first started doing the video things, he came up with some erroneous information about myself, and it was and to this day, my only response video to anybody ever, and I'm never going to do it again because I don't like that stuff. But so I make the response video to him, and then he goes back, and when I question him on it, he goes back in his video and puts some small retraction in writing in the description box, but keeps the video up. I'm like, and then criticizes me talking about, I already retracted it, but you still have the video up. What are you talking? That's what I'm talking about so far, the disingenuousness of it all. You're like, come on, bro.
Yeah, spreading misinformation, man. Because at least from what I'm getting from it, it sounds like they use Bernard and Ike's and Dr. Thunder's like just images to talk about something completely different from what they were talking about. But then it's like you're doing this so that way your fan base is looking poorly at them, and they're not going to check out Bernard's channel to actually see what was actually discussed. And then it also makes it so like, oh, you think that Bernard is thinking about interracial relationships every day when that isn't even the truth. Because I watch Bernard all the time, so I already know what he talks about. But yeah.
And let me ask you a question, Bernard.
Bernard was probably talking about finance. He's criticizing.
Have we ever had? Have you ever invited this person as a guest, or again, are we really saying this brother just wear a superhero suit with a W in his chest?
He's a coward. I went to him a long time ago. Yeah, a long
Everybody-
time ago.
yeah.
I went to him, and because I went to him, and I went to him in good faith. This was back when we were doing a lot of debates, and I said, "Hey, look, you got all this stuff to say about these brothers. You made this list." I said, "All these brothers that you have on here, I'm familiar with." I said, "You can come, you can defend your positions, okay, in an open forum with a moderator, timekeeper, all of that." He refused. He refused. You know why he refused? Because he's a punk and he's a coward.
Well, we should catch his ass out somewhere and bushwhack him and make him turn that damn W. No, I don't mean it that way. Hey, let me finish, Bernard. Let me finish. I wasn't talking about it in no violence way. I'm talking about.
You already clipped OG.
When I say bushwhack him, I mean wait. I'm old school, so my meanings might be a little different than the younger generation. When I say bushwhack, I mean flank him. All right, in probably y'all terms.
We don't know flank.
Okay.
Hold on.
What I'm trying to say is turn that damn W upside down and put a man in his chest.
Hold on a second. Let me give my boy Bernard. Let me give my boy brother Bernard a disclaimer. The views expressed here on the Grown Man Hour are not necessarily the views of the co-producers or producers or the hosts of this series. Thank you.
For the Biscuit 205, for the Biscuit 205,
all right,
clueless. Number one, if you go around calling yourself
wait a
something
minute.
like that, you got to be clueless.
Okay, all right. Here's the deal. The first thing he said, we need to bushwhack them. I'm like, what the hell is bushwhacking them? Or we need to flank them. Okay, what the hell is flanking them? And then the third thing, he said, we need to twist the W in his chest upside down. I'm like, I don't know what none of that shit means.
It don't take much. Wait, Bernard. Come on now.
That was worse than that Kevin Hart joke when he said his Uncle Richard Jr. had just got out of jail and his shit talking, when he talked shit to people, was all upside down. He was like, Kev, pin the tail on that nigga. He's like, what? Twist this motherfucker's muffin cap back blue. What? What does any of that shit mean? Nobody knows what that means. That's what you just did. Nobody knows your references. You talking about bushwhacking?
For you to laugh at it, you gotta know something about what the meaning to mean.
No, it just sound funny.
Oh, okay, sounds funny.
Okay.
Well, anybody who's been in military know what flank mean.
No.
So,
okay, go ahead.
You got a lot of brothers up in Manosphere who have served their country, and they know what flank mean. You got a lot of brothers who know what police officers
Educate
know.
me.
Okay,
all I'm telling you, OG, is that he's gonna bring up old military war manuals and say that you are trying to
hurt. Okay, Bernard. Hey, Bernard, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, let me just tell you what flanking means. So if nobody know what that means, right? You put a person in front of you, and that person you are focused on, while the other person sneaks to the side and get you from the side view or get you from the back view. And so what I'm just saying is that's what he's doing to you all. What he's doing, he's taking y'all stuff and he's flanking it. He's turning it into something else. He's focused on one thing. Put your picture up there. You got your focus on that. And then he's coming in on the side and he's shooting his shit from the side. And he's trying to make something that's happening is not really there. It's a deception. The dummy in front of you is a deception.
All right,
an attack on your character,
okay.
man.
No,
because he knows no one here, man, will call him out on that. And YouTube got these tools, man. I had a problem with this channel where they were comparing me to some criminal level activity, and I'm like, yo, man, you gonna assassinate my character? Yo, YouTube got these tools called the strike. Yo, we could play that game. If you're not gonna play by the rules, then let me use the rules YouTube put on the table, man. His whole channel is built on slander, man, and that's 5 seconds to take that out, man.
The other thing
I don't know. Listen, okay, let me just make this very clear. I don't advocate flagging nobody, striking nobody, or bushwhacking anybody.
Yeah.
I want to make that very clear.
That gonna be your new word, man.
I still don't know exactly what bushwhacking mean. I understand flanking now, and I don't think we need to find him in public and flank him. Now you didn't got now you came in, you didn't got us clipped. All right, you got us clipped.
But I do that all the time, Bernard. You got to understand that's just my character. I do it all the time.
Now, what he's doing, I mean, using the videos, there is a such thing as fair use, but you could argue that he's doing something misleading. But I think the misleading way that he does it is subtle enough to where it wouldn't hold up to saying to flagging it for misleading content. I don't think nothing would hold up, and I don't support that. I'm all for the open flow of ideas, even if your ideas are bad, and that's where I'm at with it. There are some people who put out content, like put it like this, because I guess my channel is big enough now that I got trolls. So there's some dude who put out a troll thumbnail of me that said indicted or something like that on it, and something else that I ain't even about to repeat. And yeah, it was just pulled out of thin air. But everything he said in the video, it was just basically just roasting. He was just roasting me basically. That was fine. He said a bunch of BS in there, but at the end of the day, I'm okay. That part is allowed. Only thing I was against is that thumbnail had some horrible made up information in it. And I was like, okay. So I flagged the thumbnail. Just get rid of to change the thumbnail, you keep the whole video. So you can actually do that. So I did do that to somebody. Like get my face and that comment out of the same thumbnail together. So hopefully he'll have to change the thumbnail. But all the nonsense he said, I grant him his freedom of speech on that. And so I stand by that as a content creator. Freedom of speech matters. It's necessary. So I don't support flagging or bringing anybody down in any way, shape, or form. I don't even support most people in the manosphere don't support that Cynthia G petition. Last I looked, that thing only had like 250 signatures, and it's been going for some weeks now. So yeah, we ain't with the flagging shit. That's what they do to us. So I want to make sure we stand strong on that. Before Billions, it's like you was trying to get in there.
Yeah, I was trying to get in there. I was trying to say, like, was he slandering you, or he was just like roasting you? Like, what was the video?
It was the video. I didn't even listen to the whole thing, but the video was mostly just roasting, just insults, just your normal run of the mill insults. But the thumbnail was just way wacky and out of control.
Yeah, and then the thumbnail is supposed to be like I guess from YouTube's perspective, it's supposed to be like the most important part. Like that's what actually gets people to click on the actual the video. So the video can be complete trash, but if the thumbnail is good, then people will click on it.
Yeah.
Hey, Bernard, that's why you can't. Your image is very important. That's why you can't be on this channel live and shining like you are right now, because they'll clip stuff like that, and they have you saying that this brother just got through eating a bucket of chicken. And look at him talking about women being fat. So make sure you get that grease off your goddamn face right about. And matter of fact, you could do something to help you with that. You can get you some corn silk. It's called corn silk. Put it on your face, or either wash your face with clay before you come on, and you won't have that problem.
Wash my face with clay?
Yes, it's clay.
Clay.
You're doing the pastor setup, man.
I know
that one piece of paper.
Yeah. He doing the pat. You got the pat. You got the pat. You know,
you're killing it, right?
I didn't know why they was pat. I didn't know. Why
I told you why.
Like that. I know. I didn't know until you told me.
Yeah.
They ass got on makeup, so they be patting.
Yeah. They had to pat because you a smear if you don't pat.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, get you some corn silk, brother, and that'll help you out. Keep that shine, cause I don't mind the shine, cause I shine myself. I shine all the time. But you don't want people to take your image and say, "Look at this brother. Look at he's shining like a damn fried piece of chicken himself." Talking about women with big weight, So you don't want that to happen.
It's hot
because you be bushwhacked. That's what you call bushwhack. You ambush.
It's hot in that studio.
Now there's one thing I have to return to, Bernard, that you stated at the very beginning when you said that some guys, when he first came into the space, some people really overreacted. And I have to give the dude a little bit of applause Cause he had some dudes shook, man. You had dudes making video, man, please get me off of this list. I'm sorry, man. You had some dudes that was shook. I mean, you had the I ain't gonna go into the names or whatever, but you had the dudes that talking about, hey, I was gonna have y'all behind balls.
The reason why I'm laughing is because we talk about this kind of shit all the time, offline in the real world. That's why I'm laughing the way I'm laughing. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm
You had dudes. They have videos up and stuff. Man, I'm not part of this. Please don't.
See, I thought that it was because, well, one, that was probably the first, formal, professional, non-video response to the sphere. Like, so that was one aspect of it. That somebody got a ringtone. I think that's SKC.
Nah, that ain't me.
Okay, that's OG. Okay, now
don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
but yeah, so it did look real professional the way that he was going about it. I think it was partially because somebody had threw out there. I don't know who started this, where it came from. They said that he was PhD, well connected, and was possibly going to get an article in the New York Times about the manosphere. So that made a lot of people get shook that wasn't a part of the manosphere. And they was like, I don't want my name connected to it. And there was some people who was even in it that was still on some, they didn't want their name connected to it because they thought that he had more power and more pull. But then eventually we figured out, no, he's just a student who just, started a blog and got a little website. And then he figured out somewhere along the way that you probably reach more people doing video than putting things in writing. And so now he's just a YouTuber with a channel, but people was shook.
Yeah, you had guys, especially I would say the guys that criticize a lot about the manosphere. They were, I told you, niggas.
Yeah,
y'all going down now. It's all over.
Is near.
Yeah,
so Bernard, I never actually understood the reason why people who are men don't want to be a part of the manosphere. I mean, like, I don't really understand, like, why go after people who are making solid points based off of statistics, facts, and anecdotal
Young
evidence.
fella, let me tell you something. It's not that. It's not that they don't want to be. It's not that they don't want to be connected to it, man. They want to be connected to it. They want to be a part of it. Why do you think they're always speaking of it?
Yeah. And
listen, it's a good way to make they just back up. It's a good way to regurgitate the content. And remember that they're speaking towards feelings, man. That guy won't debate anybody because all his points have to do with emotion. And when you dealing with emotion is like dealing with religious faith, man. You don't need no logic to believe in anything or feel anything. And he won't step into the plate where you got to debate somebody. That for guys like us, that's critical thinkers. That's an easy meal, man. You know what I mean? That's too easy of a meal.
He'll get his head cut off.
Hostage, I would even give him the benefit of the doubt of, hey, yeah, I'm not going to get into a debate, but at least a one-on-one discussion with individuals who have proven to be absolutely reasonable. I mean, come on. That's the base level thing that you could do for a group that you want to criticize, is at least give that, that little bit of leadway.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you dropping some not. Well, the thing is this, man, and I was talking to some of the homies I know, some of the white homies. I tell them, this is the difference with the black manosphere and the regular manosphere, is that they know, when it comes to the media, when it comes to everything, the black man has no true control or representation or authority. So even if he's another black man, he could openly disrespect us, man, because he knows what's gonna come of it. He knows we're not one of these groups. We're not the Irish, Italians. He knows what he's doing. This is why you have other brothers can easily attack and target. That's why I had to explain to some of the white people I talked to. I said, this is the major difference with the black manosphere and, anything outside of it, is that we know we don't have no authoritative, power, media, whatever. The black man is just, we're like that John Wick, that John Wick poster. There's guns armed all over us. The media, we don't have no really authoritative power, man. So he expose the manosphere, he could keep going. And notice majority of his content is black men,
Well, hostage, I think, and this is my last comment. I think it would speak volumes if he started to comment on some of the same talking points that now a lot of mainstream guys are saying, like take for instance, like a Jason Whitlock.
Yep.
Because now what do you have to say for yourself?
Yep.
Yeah, and it almost seems as though if you don't have, more black men, if you're a black man yourself, what community do you actually have if you're just slandering everybody else who is like you? It's not like everybody else is gonna take you on and you're talking about your own people.
Well,
Right,
if you're going after black men who have critique of black women, in that sense, you got everybody. Everybody is going to rally against that. To what Hold the Truth hostage was saying about black men not necessarily, when you say don't got the power or authority, I'm thinking you're talking about as far as media goes, we don't got the power or authority to speak to the things that that we want to put out there. That's gradually changing. That's gradually changing, and this space does have a lot to do with that. Space has a whole lot to do with that, to the point to where Creflo Dollar, who we talked about before, was that you came in talking about the black pastor, or was that Ricky Manor? I think that was Ricky Manor. Yeah, I think that was Ricky Manor talking about how that black pastor has the ear of the black women, and and he toes that party line or whatever. Now it's to the point to where Creflo Dollar, those of you who somehow don't know yet, was responding to Kevin Samuels, and Kevin Samuels goes live. Millions of people see his stuff, and he's speaking all the talking points coming out of this space. And somebody's talking about how Jason Whitlock, I mean, it was just mentioned, Jason Whitlock is saying a lot of things that we say. So the type of things that we say, it's gradually getting influence in media and everything. So
yeah,
it's gradually changing, and we building it while we flying it, and so it's moving right along. Shout out to Zero. He says, we talking about the guy who misuses stats while saying other people misuse stats. Man, I exposed that quite well, Zero. I exposed that quite well earlier.
Making nonsense out of nonsense. Y'all still like you call him Creflo Dollar. I call him Creflo 4 quarters, but I never call him Creflo Dollar. But anyway, yeah, you make a good point here. Our communication is changing all over, because once the internet came, I mean, it's, I've been using the internet ever since they had Prodigy. And I know that's probably an old word. So the way we look at news, the way we take in news, the way we take in communication now, even the big three know that it's changing. That's why they operating all up and down these streets. And I mean, if you really think about it, we've been in the forefront, and they're trying to catch up to us now, because our voices is bigger than their voices on here. And so they're having a hard time catching up, because they're so used to using things in old ways that this is a whole different thing. A lot of people don't find out coming on these channels, it's totally different. Your notoriety might get somebody on you, the first night, but the next night they looking at you like you bored. So we got a niche, we got power, and the only thing we have to do is just keep pushing forward, because everybody trying to catch up to us now.
Although they've been doing that, I mean, it's like the, Savior, SYS and being, I tell people, man, the black man was the first one attacked. I mean, you look at the rest of the manosphere, you know, to quote son Tommy Sotomayor said, we the canary in the coal mine, is that a lot of the stuff coming into the manosphere is based on what the black man's been through. We're the first ones to experience how it's like when the government militarizes your own women at you to the point where, you know, fathers is getting kicked out of the house. You know what I mean? We're the first ones that had Oprah dedicate over 20 years of just stomping the black man's image. You know, that's why we're, you know, the black man ain't breeding at over 40%. We're the first ones. And to answer something you said in the back, I think before, was how do we help our community? We build ourselves up, man. We're not going to save that relationship between black man and black woman. It's legally unsolvable. You know, because of the legal statures with child support and all the laws that stand in the way, the best thing the black man can do to help his community is showcase an image of leadership, like you know, what you know, Bernard's doing here, what we all doing here. All we can do is showcase that leadership, that connection between individuals, because legally it's over, man. We can't do nothing. You gotta look at it that you know, the black man was betrayed. Think about those brothers in the 40s, 30s, before they were gang members, before we had drug dealing, they were betrayed. You know what I mean? The purest black man before us were betrayed. So, you know, what can you do now? All we can do is move and dodge the mines that are right in front of us legally. You know, that's why they're terrified of this, you know, that's why, you know, the Save Yourself Black Man group, because we're speaking up, and the last thing they want is us black men to reconnect to where black leadership comes first, you know, from the man perspective. You know?
Oh, you're SYSBM? This is my first time ever hearing you speak. I don't know what you about. You said you SYSBM?
I mean, I respect it. You know what I mean? I'm more of a man just seeking the truth, man. That's all. We on a journey of truth, man. That's the way I look at it. You know?
Well, I think, my brother, is when you understand how a lot of these laws and stuff came about, a lot of them didn't come about as just a feminist movement. A lot of these laws on the book came about because there were a time in this country where men would just kick women out of the house. You know what I mean? And so if you start really following the law, and you can use that against them, because you have created the same thing you was trying to get rid of. You was trying to get rid of one party has an power over another party, and now you have created that for that party to do the same thing that you was trying to dismantle. So we can use that same thing against them. And I think that's what we're doing when we're talking about it, when we're saying about it, because you got to understand, in the 30s and the 20s, this is the problem women had. Like, well, a man got tired of them, he could kick them out with kids or whatever. She had no rights. And so what they have created, they have bent over backwards. And then you got to understand that a lot of things they charge the black man as for us doing, we weren't even part of that process. Shit. You know what I mean? We had nothing to kick them out. You know what I mean? So we can use their own weapon against them. And that's just a war tactic. What you do, I mean, anybody know that, you know, from the old school, we used to say, you're as strong as the weakest link in your chain. And so they attack the weakest link to get to us, because that link is tied on to us. That person is closest to us. That person camouflage. We don't question them as much. We will question somebody who wasn't camouflaged. So they found the thing that was closer to us and then weaponized them. That's a war tactic.
Well, that's 100%. I agree with. Well,
yeah. Well, the way I look at it like this, and listen, I understand some people look at it as a weaponized war tactic. I don't necessarily look at it that way. You know, welfare was put out there for everybody. You know, the rules about the man in the house, I always look at it like that rule was out there for everybody. That coupled with the culture changing, and then it's all a matter of what you do with the changing landscape of the culture, coupled with the laws that sort of that did incentivize certain behaviors. But so I don't necessarily go that approach. Take that approach. I understand why some people do that, and they look at it as a weaponized attack. But
Okay, Bernard, but look at it this way. All right. Let's look at the first part of the welfare bill. The first part of the welfare bill was to keep the family together. That means the man could stay in the house and they would intact the man of hardship. And then as soon as that it came to our community where we could get welfare, they changed that rule. That's what I'm talking about, weaponized. Why did you change that rule? Why did the man had to go? Why did those caseworkers come
hold
in
on.
black women out?
Wait a minute. Black people were when you talking about when welfare first started, because it was always there. I mean, if you go back before,
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
I know,
when it came to us
wait, hold on. But black people were able to get it, pre 1960s or whatever. I think they were able to get it. It was different, but they were able to get it.
Hey, Bernard.
Yeah.
Oh, so I wanted to bring up. I watched this documentary on the welfare system. It's on a YouTube channel called Real Black, called Free to Choose, Milton Friedman on the welfare system. So they go into depth about why the family structure was affected in the way it was because of the welfare system. Like, just
Oh
like
no,
how,
I agree that it was affected because of the welfare system. I agree with that 100%. The only part that I had some disagreement on is whether it was a diabolical weaponization against black people. That part I still question. I question whether or not that's accurate. I understand what happened. They implemented it. It would be good for women and children, but if you incentivize something, you're going to. There's no solutions. There's only trade-offs. If you make it possible, they made it possible for women to survive with children without men, and so gradually over time, women did that more. And then
When that bill first came in, this is what I'm trying to say, Bernard. When that bill first came in, a man could stay within the family. It was made to keep the family together, not separate the family.
I understand that.
And I'm saying when our numbers grow,
the only part that we got that we may not be clear on is whether or not prior to them making the change where you couldn't get it if the man and the woman was still together, black people were still able to get it back when the man and woman were still able to be together and get it. As far as I know, they were still able to get it. That changed.
My understanding, they were not. And when our numbers changed, that's when they implemented this second phase of it. Because now you still are keeping the family together. You are forcing the family to be separated, even if that person. Take a person is a day worker back in them days. He goes from job to job. He goes out there as a day worker.
Wait, Mr. Shane Bitches is saying something that I think is accurate. He says they couldn't get it for bastard kids prior to the 60s, but the family could actually get it.
That's why I say when our numbers change, as far as our numbers, as far as having kids out of wedlock and stuff like that, our numbers changed, and then there was a implement of second phase of that where
our numbers started changing after the after the second change, after they implemented that change to where the man and the woman. I forgot exactly how. I got to research it. I want to make sure that I don't throw nothing. Well,
my understanding of it was
the family was together more, and then when they did the Welfare Reform Act, the Great Society Act, all of that, then gradually over time it gradually started to change.
Right, because our family structure, started to change.
The marital rate gradually started to drop down. That's what happened. Less people.
Well, think about this, Bernard. Even if you say they changed it before the separation, think about this. If somebody offer you food, medical, and housing, and you looking at that man and you're saying, well, he's a day worker, so we don't know when we go eat, we don't know when he's going to make money. So it was almost as far as putting that shiny trophy in front of him and say, this is what you can have if you don't have him around. So
no, I agree with that. But it wasn't the only part I got some disagreement on is whether or not it was an organized diabolical plot. I look at most of our problems as cultural things that we need to handle, things that our own personal decisions is what has the most influence on the outcomes. welfare was available for everyone, and there was a lot of people poor back then, but other people, their families stayed together at a higher percentage rate. So before I blame Whitey, I'm going to look at that. I'm going to look at the change in the culture where women were saying that, hey, I can survive now without a man. I don't need no man. I'm going to be free and do what I want to do and just use the man for what I need him for. And then
Right.
gradually over time that we saw that had results and outcomes.
Well, my thing is, when you understand the history of anything in this country, you can't separate wet from water. It goes hand in hand. That's what a system is. It goes hand in hand, regardless of who are the perpetrators of it, the women or the policymakers or what. It goes hand in hand. That's part of the design. And we can't get away from that. And we try to get away from that, we're going to be irresponsible of understanding what the real problem is. You're just looking at the results of the problem, but you're not looking at what the real problem is.
No, I'm looking at the problem.
Well, the other thing. Oh, go on.
Oh no, I was just saying I'm looking at the problem. I'm acknowledging the problem. But if everybody had the same thing put in front of them, but they at a higher percentage rate chose option A instead of option B, then I'm going to look at us culturally.
I understand, but our culture is built on Bernard, is built on our experiences. Everybody who went down on that big ass ship, not everybody survived. Now they're always human beings, but not everybody survived. You got to understand there was special provision for certain people to be put in that boat. So when you started looking at problems in the black community, this is one of the things I really try to practice on. You got to put it under the microscope and look at the time, place, and what was happening, and how did this policy and how did these things come into existence. And then you go from there. It's not making an excuse. It's just talking about actual facts. When people design something or people are doing something, they're doing it for a reason. When we have bad behavior in our community, we're doing it for a reason. That's not an excuse. We need to clean it up, but we're still doing it for a reason. And sometimes the reason is just as stupid as it can be, but it's still for a reason. We have to look at time, place, and events that this actually happened.
Okay, so why did they? All right, let me ask you this question: why did they implement welfare reform in the 60s? What was their reason for doing it? But hold on, before we go to that, Vernon Scott, please get the likes up for the topic and panel. Incredible knowledge being shared here. Shout out to you, Vernon Scott. Appreciate that. Big Poke Dog in the building with the super chat. I appreciate that. Mr. Shane Vicious says that black women made a different choice than other women. I agree with that. The issue is more with that black female than with the welfare. Welfare worked as intended for most. He summed up my point right there. And that's why I asked you the question, what did they do welfare reform in the 60s for? And it was supposed to work. There was supposed to be an intended way for it to work. And for most people, it did work as intended. For black people, it did something completely different. And so that's why I don't reach to the argument. I know you're not wording it this way, but I like to word it this way, that evil Whitey did that to us on purpose to try to hurt. I don't reach to that argument.
I thought you know who signed the original welfare bill, Bernard? I think it was before the 60s.
I was talking about the reform.
Okay, the reform itself, you got to understand how did our culture change, how did demographic change, because then we start going downhill. And then so if you see this wave and you can sign into place of a bill, now you got to understand this. If every brother believe that our women has a sidekick, this is to say, if everybody believe that there's an invisible sidekick, they don't want to talk about the elephant in the room, but they will say there's an invisible sidekick. All right, that she has help. All right, if you totally believe that she has help to do it to some of the dysfunctions that she do, and that's everything from the court system to everything. If you totally believe that she has a sidekick, well, you have to ask yourself, then if that's her sidekick, How did these bills and policies start to have reform to help her in the first place? We can't get away from that.
Well, I'm gonna say this, man. This is what we're missing. You see, what happened is this, man, and the black family was the strongest family by percentage of numbers. What happened is to cut off the black man reaching political power, the white feminists came in. And what happened, the reason black men hold this level of rage and anger is that the black woman chose to align with, for example, you had the white women marching for the women's rights. What the black women didn't get was, you're not even yet qualified to have rights as a woman. You're still treated differently for being black. So they aligned with the white feminists, and what happened is the white feminist is locked on. Her whole network system is the white man with all his authority already established. So the black woman will just get secondhand, reaches, secondhand leftovers from the white woman. And what happened is it cut the feet right under the black man. You know what I'm saying? Before you could get black fathers becoming politicians, authority, they wiped them out by doing a program where you got to kick the father out. Then you got the abortion clinics. There was so much to take away the black man's potential from having any authority. And to me, the last thing we could think about is a government that had us segregated. You know what I mean? How do you go to the welfare offices when there's a high level segregation, racism, the same time people getting hanged? And then here's the thing, I look at the school system when segregation was removed. Did they bring any high educated black men to edit and alter the education that was being taught? No, they just said, we're going to have these blacks. We'll put that tax money they had, instead of using the tax money the blacks put in to build their own schools, give them some leadership. Nope, we're going to insert that into some white schools that accept a few blacks. You know what I'm saying? The whole
And
system.
you're totally correct. See, this is what I'm talking about, Bernard. When they came in and implemented these type of bills, this is why I say you have to look at what they were really trying to do. Because if you look at how this bill came, how this policy came, is black people was not asking to be integrated in white schools. We was asking for the same funding that they had for their schools. Now, you can go into the argument is built on the taxes you pay on your houses and all that. That has nothing to do with it when it really comes down to the money. Is we was doing just as good educating our children with almost 3/3 of the funds that the white schools was getting, and we just asked for the same funding per child. And so this is why I'm saying it's so good. You got to put all this stuff together to know what you're up against, because that's where the flank move comes in. We're so focused on one thing, but then you got the supplier. When you go out there, drug dealers, you can go out to drug dealers all you want to, but they just replace them. You got to go out and get to the supplier of that drug dealer. And I'm just saying that's why I think we fall short sometimes in these conversations, because we are not willing to go after the suppliers at the same time we're going after the drug dealers.
Yeah, but the reason that is though is because of this. This is what causes a division amongst what brothers think, because you have this crowd that says, "Oh, white people do it too. White people do it too." You have the people who say that, and that would imply what? That we do the same things that white people do. There is no differences. There's nothing that distinguishes us from white people. But when it comes to other shit, we turn into these special cases all of a sudden. Now, we're black. We've been through this. We've been through that. That's why we need a different set of circumstances for us. See, that's where the flip-flopping and the ping-ponging comes in, because, see, we the same as everybody else when it comes to negative shit. But when it comes to good things, we black, we were slaves, and it was Jim Crow. And why don't those rules apply when it comes to the negative shit? Why do we jump to, we're not different than any other people? So why the hell we not saying that when we talking about positive things, when we talking about family, when we're talking about economics, when we're talking about finance, when we're talking about education, when we're talking about stability, when we're talking about socioeconomic status. I could go on and on and on and on and on. Why not?
Well, TOP, Mr. X, I'm glad you brought this point up. There's 5 children in the house, and you as a parent, some of your children are getting, a little upset because they see you treat Timmy a little better than the rest of the children. Timmy gets to get away with stuff. Now, this is just in your family now. So you saying that just because Timmy do it and the children don't see the difference in the treatment, that they're not going to complain. I think that's human nature. I think that's human nature for people to know when they're treated unfairly. They can't use it totally as their excuse, because first we got to find out why little Timmy are getting away with things that we getting our ass whooped for. You understand? Humans do know when they're being treated unfairly.
Listen, all right.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, Bernard, but see, this is what I'm just saying is to get to any problem in any life, you got to go to the root of it. You can't just cuss out the goddamn fruit or the stems or the leaves. You got to go to fix any problem. You have to go totally to the root and dig out the infection. And I'm saying is that's the people who produce it, the people who implement it, or whatever. You can't just keep getting rid of the drug dealers because they're going to replace the motherfuckers. You got to cut out the supply.
Okay, you gotta cut
Oh,
off.
brother Bernard, I appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah.
I gotta jump off. I gotta make a run. I appreciate you, OG, as always. Brother, with the deep voice, damn, I can't see his name. I forgot his name.
That is Hold the Truth Hostage.
Hold the Truth Hostage. Hit me up, man. Prophetofthought@yahoo.com, man. It's a lot of voiceover work out there, brother. Trust me, it is. It's a lot of voice work out there. Hit me up, man. We'll get together. We'll talk about it. Once again, brother Bernard, thanks for having me on, my brother. See y'all on the other side.
Have an amazing day, Mr. X.
Peace,
brother. Have a safe one.
All right, shout out to Zero. He says there is no separation of black and white women in feminism. This is the major failing when we talk about this stuff. You're validating intersectionality and critical race theory by default. You're the problem. Shout out to Zero. I appreciate him on that. Look, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm far into the stream and I don't feel like really, locking horns and going back and forth with OGJ Speed.
Well, Bernard,
you got to pull the towel back, man.
You have grease problem this morning. We're gonna send you down there to the what they call these places that change your oil now. We're gonna have to send you to that department, bro. They gotta have to have you a degree.
Oh man, but yeah, look, there's some stuff. Put it like this: when I talk about stuff that happened in this, whether we talking 60s, whether we talking 30s, whether we going all the way back to Egypt, I like history. I like to study it just from purely an academic standpoint. When we're talking about modern problems happening today, yes, it's good to talk about the change, the time in history, and what happened, and the change that occurred, and all of that. Yeah, that's fun. But when we come to right now, I'm looking at free people in America who have free choices and could choose to operate differently. Failing to do so is a failing in the individuals. I don't know if that's the same point that Zero was essentially trying to make when you talk about going back to the 60s. Shane Vicious did make a point that for most people, welfare worked as intended. For Black people, something different happened. And so we have to look at the people. And I understand, y'all know where I'm at when it comes to Black people, particularly Black men, and the whole victim narrative. I ain't with it. I ain't going. I will not wear the flag of the victim. Shout out to Ramil. He just recently did a stream where Ben Shapiro was on Bill Maher talking to, I forgot the name of that black guy. Who was the black dude?
We can't turn into a bunch of Larry Elders, though, regardless of what you say right about
I
it now,
know. I
Bernard. We
understand if
can't
you don't
turn
want to
into a
go.
bunch
I
of
understand
Larry
if you don't want to
Elders.
go full Larry Elder, but
Yeah.
you don't want to be that you don't want to be a male damsel in distress complaining about
No.
racism either. So the
No, I
line has to
understand
be
that. You got to
drawn
have a balance.
on that one.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say we playing damsel. The thing is, you gotta know. The way I look at it, you gotta know the cards you're dealt with. I say the victims are those guys where they just say "save me" and all that. But once you know the rules of the game and the laws that have been placed around, then you can navigate. Because one thing they've done is they've trained us to say everything we say that was done negatively. Like I had a brother of mine, one of my homies told me back in 2005, with Section 8, they kicked him out. He was out of work. They kicked him out of his home, whatever. He was trying to help his family. I'm not saying we play victim, but we got to be aware of the different laws. And to say what Zero was saying is there's a difference between the black woman and the white woman. The white woman has access to the man that already has legal authority and legal representation.
What
So
do you mean?
if she
Whoa!
piggybacks,
Whoa! Stop right there. What do you mean? She has access to the man that has legal authority and representation.
yeah, well, all the laws. Who's the majority writers of the law? You know what I mean?
What does that matter to just a regular Joe Blow white dude that she in a relationship with?
What you mean?
You're saying that the regular white guy that she in a relationship with, that's the person who she has a potential child custody situation with, a potential marriage with, a potential divorce with. That's not the senator who's voting on the laws. Like, so when you make that argument, you're essentially doing what a lot of black women do, that where they equate every white guy, regular Joe Dirt or Joe just walking around in cargo shorts and open-toed sandals, just out. They equate him to the lawmaker who can just change laws and write his ticket on a whim on the fly in the middle of a situation. Like, that's not how America works.
No, not like that. I'm saying is they got representation, man. There's a reason why you go to a neighborhood or the cops pull you over. There's a level of worrying, because the thing I look at it like this: if a white cop pulls over a black guy, there's no chance that he's potentially related to a judge, related to a politician. There's a different level of representation in how the power structure works. I'm not saying all white men got that power. I'm just saying by you just being white, you resemble those in power. There's a different level of how you're treated. I'm not saying all of them got the same power. It's just that if you piggyback, you're a black woman, and this is the 60s, let's be honest, even when they ended segregation, it wasn't all over the country. And, the Rodney King, let's go a little forward. If it was so well fixed, Rodney King wouldn't have happened in the 90s. The thing is this: the black people in America still invest in the same system and same level of leadership. Like I think one of your commenters said, we shouldn't complain until we have our own economical or level leadership. But I think it's that the black community still looks towards white leadership. And as you could see throughout history, with George Floyd's very death is the perfect example. The man died, and who got the law passed on anti-discrimination? I can't say the word but I'll say the people who make chopsticks got the rights. You know what I'm saying? They're the ones who got the anti-discrimination for. That's who George Floyd died for. When those in leadership decide the outcome, man. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you 100%. The average Joe ain't the same as the politician, but the average Joe looks and resembles the politician, so therefore he gets a different level of treatment.
And we can't deny that.
I don't think it has that much of a practical effect on things, on culture.
If that's the case, Bernard,
operate, what people do, how people think.
If that's the case, Bernard, you would have black cops. If it was all about the training, you would have black cops shooting unarmed white men in their community. We don't see that because we know better. I'm not just saying the
people.
No, listen what I just said.
At the same rate as white cops.
No, I say, but do the statistic with black cops shooting on white men. Let's do that one. This is one of the questions was put on the table. If it's all of them trained but the same way, let's do the statistics on black cops shooting white unarmed men. You said cops in whole.
No,
All
no,
right.
I said black cops shoot. I said black cops shoot people at the same exact rates and skin tone as white people, as white
No,
cops.
no, listen what I just said. Black cops shooting unarmed white men. Do that statistic.
I don't know.
And
the
why
exact,
you doing?
I don't know
why
the
you
exact
doing
numbers on that. I don't know
why
the
you
exact
doing
numbers
that?
on that.
And why you doing that statistics? I got what the brother just got through saying. Look, regardless of all the endowments that people go through in life or whatever, when you really understanding the feminist movement, everything that her man was doing, it was still in her community. And she was charging, and they used black women as far as numbers. And nobody want to know about that because the
Yeah,
same
we know that. We acknowledge that.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Angel Martin in the building. She says we have so many black police chiefs, black mayors, black politicians in cities across America. Yes, a lot of those cities where a lot of that stuff happened. There's black people running a lot of that stuff. Like, look, like I said, I'm tired. I ain't even got it in me to argue the points, but y'all know this ain't the victim sphere over here.
I know.
There's sectors of the black manosphere where they indulge into the oppression Olympics. We don't do it over here, but I'll let y'all rock and let y'all get it out. Y'all two upstanding gentlemen who I definitely respect. Even though I just met you today. What's that? Hold the truth hostage. I just met you today. Let y'all rock out. Let y'all have y'all say. I mean, I respect. So I respect your opinions, but we got some disagreements on that. I don't. You know, it's our problems are not getting solved in complaining about racism and victimhood. Zero at the buzzer with a super chat in the building. He says our culture is anti-cop. Niggas don't even want to be cops. The black cops that are in the job don't even like you and are Larry Elder type niggas. What's the ratio of failed mixtape niggas to cops? All right, y'all. We about to get up out of here.
I will say this, Bernard, before we get out of here. Can I say
I'm
one
trying
thing?
to escape.
Hey, I just got here. But can I say this?
For an hour.
Okay, can I just say this, Bernard?
Go ahead.
All right, because I'll be helping you with the grease, man. You got to give me just a couple seconds. Look, I think if you go look at
tell him, Pastor Bernard, tell him.
Yeah, he look like Reverend Hookman Holler right about now. But anyway, Bernard, if you go look at, and this, I don't care about numbers or any of that bullshit. But if you go look at my video, 10 bullshit reasons why black people still use the N-word in 2021, it'll answer a lot of these goddamn questions that we talked about today.
All right, and
you get a greater understanding.
All right,
I'll leave you at that.
We got to get up out of here. I'd like to thank everybody who came through today, who participated in the show in any way, shape, or term. Why Angel Martin getting timed out? Angel Martin was timed out by Indigenous TV. Hold on now. She's been super chatting. LOL, someone tell me what Larry Elder says wrong. All right, Indigenous TV. Like, come on, you gotta chill. Because people be hiding people that they don't like for goofy reasons, and I'm trying to catch who be doing it. So y'all got to chill. I got too many moderators, and a lot of y'all be clowning. So y'all got to cut that out. But anyway, we up out of here, y'all. We up out of here. Thank you everybody who participated with the show. Like, share, subscribe, Cash App, did anything to support the stream in any way, shape, or form. I greatly appreciate you. And with that said, we are out of here. Peace. Today's show is brought to you by the Division 6 comic book, created and produced by Michael Varner and executive producer Theodore Young. Division 6 is a James Bond meets Mission Impossible like geopolitical thriller. The protagonist is Seth Banks, an African-American male genius in cryptology and economics that secretly works for a rogue organization of the CIA called Division 6. Be sure to click the link in the chat room or in the video description to view the comic book. New chapters are added bi-weekly.